Go to multi-stream. Reset that. I didn't clean the glasses, did I? Check. Keep on pumping, baby. Keep on pumping. From the dream tracks where somebody else keep on music. Okay, let's see what that means. Check 1, 2, baby. Holy shit, people are here. I can't even see it. I can't see any of the chat right now, but I can see it on the YouTube. Morning, everybody. Hold on, I gotta go through. I got one quick thing to do here. What do I gotta do here? It's like I haven't streamed before. All right, hold on here. I'll leave the chat open today. So whoever's here, save. We're gonna leave the chat open for everybody. And I don't know why that's over there. Okay. And I'll try to open it up for we're gonna go to Twitch and open up that chat too. Let's get right into it here, boys and girls. All right. Heads up here. I am long some calls. I'm long 451 Cs for 43 cents that I bought down there at the bottom. So just a heads up. I don't know if it's going to be a good trade or not. But I am on that trade right now.
Take additional firming off the table.
And let me turn on the chat for Twitch.
Firming off of the table.
Hold on here for everybody. All right, turn. So anybody can chat on Twitch here. Okay. All right, so we got a bunch to talk about, don't we? First, I can't see all of the stream chat at the moment. I don't know why, but I'm going to go through right now and try to find everybody and say good morning and hello to all of you. Good morning, Stretching Walls, K-Dog, Scott Conley, Sheik him of the Princess King, Andre Harushi, James, Enzo, Johnny on the spot, limit buyer, Harushi, baby, Poke Juice Box RS, Victor's in the house, Motivation Net, Healing's in the house, Ash, Andre, Justin, Nathan, Enzo, recovering, Bearaholic, love that name still, Career Lows in the house, Austin, Steve Millie. You have a chance to jump on calls, I just told you. We're going to talk about,
we'll be on the path to 2%.
there shouldn't be a ton of money made today, but we got a bunch of stuff to go over. We have a ton of crap. So remember when we were rolling, when we were at the bottom and everybody was calling for a stock market crash, and now we're kind of at the top looking for a roll. How much of a roll is that going to be?
Seeing some good news on shelter inflation.
Turn this shit off here. Hold on. So we got a ton of stuff. We got like miles and books to go over here. So I want you to know something. You've got to, let's start with this, okay? So any of you bears out there, we're going to start with this. Hold on here. I'm just going to give you guys a quick heads up. Let me firstly post this on, let me post this on FinTwit. Hold on. So I don't want to get in any trouble here for being like, oh, you didn't do this and you didn't do that. Because I forget shit all the time. An old man. We got a ton of stuff. Get a paper and a pen out because I want you to write this stuff down. Open up a notepad, whatever it is you have to do. Don't say I didn't tell you. Don't show up to the stream in 3 hours and be like, what's going on? Or you said this or whatever the fuck it is you guys say. I think it's COVID. Someone said that the other day about COVID. They were like, Everybody's fucked up now, and I'm actually. We'll talk about COVID here in a second. So I did get COVID. You guys saw me retest on a stream, and I was still COVID positive too. Some of you saw that I actually did a test here on stream, and I was positive again. It hadn't left. So hold on here. What do I got to do? I got to go to fucking FinTwit and post this shit. Hold on. So, number one, I'm alive. Any of you that care if I'm alive? Yes, I'm alive. I don't think I'm. I was doing some cognitive testing last week. I was afraid I'd go down that hole, right? Do damage to my brain. Very scared. We'll talk about COVID. We'll get into COVID. But if you're a bear, I got to talk to you about something, okay? You're a bear. You're a seller. We got to chat about something here. Give me one quick second. So we got a bunch to go over this morning. So get your papers and pens out and all that kind of stuff. So number one, there's $2.2 trillion of options notional expiring today on SPX. In the morning, SPY weeklies, SPY single stocks options in the afternoon, okay? So SPX is this morning, and then later on today we got SPY and all the other crap. Almost 40% of the gamma will roll off on Monday. So I want you to be aware of that. If you're a seller, you're looking for that gamma to roll off the market into Monday. Not right now at this moment. So that weakness that you just saw on the opening bell is likely those SPX options that are expiring. You're likely going to see SPY into the end of the day, some other stuff at the end of the day expire as well. Now, what does that mean to the market? It means that the squeezing, the relentless squeezing of going higher can likely, there's an opportunity for that squeezing to be important. Or for a seller at least, right? The markets will unclench, for lack of a better word, or has the ability to unclench, but not today, Monday. Okay, they're gonna pin this Friday, OPEX. I'm gonna park this shit. They're gonna get all their spreads paid. I don't see the doom today that you guys out there might be seeing. It's possible. We can talk about if there is doom, what to look for. So right now we're sitting on this hourly trigger here, right? And this hourly trigger is influenced by the daily trigger. So we're going to talk about that too. Daily velocity matters on the hourly velocity and the hourly trigger. So if the daily trigger is, well, there's a couple things here. If price is below the hourly trigger, that's bearish, right? Number two, you're going to expect support on the hourly trigger as the daily velocity is just ramping, becoming bullish. So let's say daily velocity was maxed out, right? And we came down into the hourly velocity. I'd expect us to break through and start to bust through and down. But for right now, daily velocity is just beginning to ramp. So you're going to expect the hourly, maybe the daily. We might break through and go to the daily, but you're going to expect those to be supportive for more upside. Now, we're going to go over a bunch of crap here. I'm going to show you some examples, too, of prior examples of rotation in the market. So this roll that we're expecting, I wouldn't be as bearish as some of you might be. The expectation, like everything is normal, we're going to roll down. I'm going to show you some prior examples of rotation in the market where we can actually trade sideways and up, do a full rotation, and the downside move is not as severe as one might think it's going to be. So if you're a bear out there, we talk about this, the market breadth indicator too. And sometimes you'll see market breadth go down in that rotation and then ramp back up, but price on SPOOs won't go down, won't follow down, right? Price is not following that rotation, not following that move down. And there's a high probability of that happening in this week or two, or even possibly into end of December, with a ramp up into end of December for the end of quarter. So if you're a bear, this is probably the show for you. If you're a seller, this is probably the show for you. You probably want to pay attention to this show today. Now, gamma is concentrated between 4,500 and 4,515. The next node above it, I think I posted this on Twitter, is 4,550. So there's another node above that we can go to from here. Do I think we're going to pull back? Yes. Do I think we're going to rotate? Yes. Do I think that we're going to trade sideways and down? Yes. But not what I think that some of you think is going to happen here. We're going to go over what Mike Burry said. Mike Burry's got a big short on the market, I guess. I didn't know about that. I learned about it later, and his big short, we'll talk about that and when it's going to be good, like when it's going to pay and stuff like that, and, you know, like how long he can wait for that short to pay and how much money he has versus you, that kind of stuff. He can look back in February, of course, and be like, yeah, fuck it, I won, right? He doesn't care about November, December, like you would. You're going to get a maintenance call. You're going to get more than a maintenance call. You're going to be told to go fuck yourself and pay up. So we have to talk about that too. We'll talk about his bearishness, that kind of stuff, and what kind of a role you should expect here. So we're going to go into that at some point. Now, all that CTA buying that you've been seeing out there, right? I read something this morning. People were like, yeah, fuck those CTA buyers. Don't believe that either. That's real money buying in the marketplace. Now, there can be arguments made that they're late to the party and all that kind of stuff, but I'll tell you what, if CTAs weren't buying at the right times, they'd all be fucking bankrupt. So, you know, like, I'd be wary of that. CTAs can actually, if they're buyers, net buyers, they can drive this market up, or at least sideways and possibly up down the road. So be conscious of that. Okay, it doesn't mean we can't roll down, but not maybe where you think, right? Not maybe where you think it's going to go. So we'll talk about that this morning as well. Those are some key points that I need you to understand, though, is that there's a window here into the next couple weeks, next week, where there is an ability for us to go down. Question becomes, though, how much can we go down? And if the market is supportive on this hourly trigger, this daily trigger, let me see if I can bring that daily trigger up for you. This is where the seller wants. Let's show what the seller's looking for here. The seller, let me put on a 30-minute chart. Yeah, that seller wants the sellers are just drooling to have this halfback trade right here. Oh, it's something else. Halfback trade down here and get all this right here, right? But this isn't guaranteed. So, and that's the big question mark. Where do you have to go to get that, right? That pullback. Is this all you get right there, maybe? And then we end up bouncing up and higher, or do we get all this pullback? Like that, there's a bunch of juiciness back here that sellers want. When they like in a seller's mind, they look at all this and they're like, "Oh no, we're bringing all this back, right?" You know, in their version of the world, the seller's version, we're going to take all that back, right, and start again. That's possible, but it might not be possible too. You've got end of year stuff here. And it's a little bit different. Seasonality is a little bit different. But we'll look at it. If we can break through that hourly trigger, hell yeah, I'll follow that down. Look for that nice dip buy down here to take this up higher. But that doesn't begin until Monday, okay? Is the key point here is that, or it shouldn't. I shouldn't say it doesn't. The market is freer on Monday, okay? So you got all these spreads that are going to close today, and then Monday is Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. We should see a nice, decent pullback. So we'll chat about that right now. If you're a seller out there and you think you're going to be saved today, like today is your day, probably not. But high probability that you're going to get. I mean, so sometimes I'll have calls, right? They get burned, and I'll hold them. I'll be like, let's say I buy a call for $1. It'll go to 10 cents, right? Friday comes around, and 1 out of every 10 times that happens to me, those calls will come back and I'll at least break even or make money. So do you have a chance? Yeah. What's your chance today as a seller? 5%, 10%. They're likely going to park today, and you'll see that move that you're looking for, or the ability for you to see that move is likely next week, not today. So this is more of a positioning day for you. If anything, I'd probably be waiting unless we see some kind of signs that we break the hourly trigger right here. Let me show it to you here in a on a 1-minute chart here. Unless we begin to reject this, and if we do, if we begin to reject this hourly trigger, which I haven't seen yet, right? Like we broke through the hourly trigger here, came back up, and right up here. So what I'm looking for, I mean, this looks like a sell signal here. This looks like a liquidity grab to go lower. This all looks pretty bearish here. Keep making our way higher, but until I see that break of that over here, no. I need to see that break of that hourly trigger, that rejection. This stuff all has the makings of a downside move coming at the end of the day, but until I see that break and that hold, and that this is actually liquidity down here, that kind of stuff. You know, this is kind of rejecting here. I guess it looks a little bearish. I know VIX is looking at it. We'll look at VIX at some point too. But you know, it's fucking Friday, man, on an OPEX week. Then we got OPEX, the real OPEX next week. We got Thanksgiving coming. We got Christmas coming. So we'll chat about that stuff as well. Let me see here. Yeah, I know the CTA flow. I think it was 17 billion or something. I don't know. So, no, 17 to 38 billion dollars. Ready? I'm gonna read this to you from GS. Okay, hold on. I'll get you the GS stuff. CTAs are still expected to buy another 17 to 38 billion dollars in SPX next week. So if someone out there is telling you it's ended, I'm going to tell you that it is not. GS has said that they're expected to buy another 17 to 38 billion next week. So they're not done yet buying. So whatever you've heard about, like CTAs are done buying, I've got counter data here saying that they're going to come in and swoop in and try to buy next week. So do you expect it to come down into next week? Yes. For them to buy? Yes. So I do expect those CTAs to continue to come in and buy into next week. So we're going to find out how awful it's going to get next week and how much doom and gloom to expect. Should I take the money and run? Dude, my calls are fucking juicy, dude. Oh, no, they're down a little. Nope, they're down. All right, so they're burning my calls already. Okay, so let's start at the beginning here. Let's start over here. We'll go back to we're going to do this one later. So you've got the information on what to expect on CTAs. You've got the information on the gamma roll-off coming out next week. We've got economic news. Dude, what is going on? My shit is not working here. Hold on one second here. Next week, economic calendar. We've got scheduled for Monday at 10 a.m. U.S. leading economic indicators. Tuesday, we've got existing home sales. Fed minutes, Tuesday, 2 p.m. So that could add some nice volatility next week. So if you're a seller or a bear, you've got two things on your side. You've got the market freeing up, gamma freeing up next week. Second thing you have is the Fed minutes on Tuesday at 2 p.m. On Wednesday, you've got claims, durable goods, minus transposed to. And then you've got consumer sentiment, the final draft. That's Wednesday, 8:30, and then 10 for the consumer sentiment. But Thursday is the Thanksgiving holiday. So Thursday, the market is closed, right? No, it's not. Is it closed? I think it's closed. And then we've got Friday, the S&P Flash U.S. Services PMI at 9:45 on Friday. We also have, I believe, Nvidia I think that they report on the 21st. That's a big one. We'll look at that one today as well this morning for that report next week and see what that thing says. Dude, what is going on with this shit? Sorry, I'm watching my stuff over here, and I'm not paying attention like I should be paying attention to my calls. So that's the economic news for next week. We got that out of the way. Hang tight one second here. Let me see if I find anything else here. For earnings for next week, we've got Zoom, 8.4%. That's on. They have a Monday report after the close. Bunch of small companies after the close on Monday. I'm trying to see if there's anything big. Allegiant is pretty big, I guess. Hold on here. Tuesday, we've got Lowe's is going to report. HP, Best Buy, Dick's, American Eagle, Kohl's, Nordstrom, bunch of retail sales. We should talk about that today too. We should talk about retail sales and PCI and all that stuff. Then we got a bunch of tickers to go over this morning. I'm not going to go over those at the moment. We're going to have to go over Mike Burry as well and Nvidia at some point. Yeah, so let's start with COVID. COVID. I caught COVID, I think 2 weeks ago. Could have been, it's about like 2.5 weeks ago or something. It was like Friday or something. I found out I had it. Friday or Saturday, something like that. No, was it Friday, Saturday? Can't remember. I found I was going into Halloween, and I found like on Halloween weekend. That weekend of Halloween, I found out, like as I rolled into the Halloween weekend, I found out I had COVID. And by Sunday, I was a fucking disaster. And I think I was fine by Wednesday. Came on, streamed Wednesday, Thursday, I think Friday. And I started feeling like real shit again. It kicked back in. And by that weekend, again, it got really, really, really bad. Brutal. Like, I had to go back to the doctor, had to take some Paxlovid shit. And I've never been that kind of sick in my life. Now, on the first few days that I started streaming again, the problem for me with COVID was that there's been 3 or 4 moments in my life where I didn't feel in control. Very rare. I had someone try to kill me on a motorcycle once years ago. A guy tried to run me off the road. That was one of those times. There was 2 other times in the military. And I had one fight once when I was young where I thought I might die. Now, I didn't think I'd die. I didn't think I would die past couple weeks. But what I did feel like I didn't trust myself. It's hard to explain. I couldn't trust my own judgment, and it made me paranoid. I'll be honest. It made me very scared. I've never been that kind. I've never had that in my life where I didn't trust myself. This like goes back to like family too, like my family, my friends, my whole other side of my life that I have. I own Airbnbs and stuff, and then it snowballs into can you take care of your family? So it's like the first time in my life where I was scared that I might have lost an edge that I have in life. Not the stock market. This is just life in general. It involves the stock market too, but not. I've never in my life, even when I've been drunk or I've done drugs or anything, tired, 3 days. I could be, when I was in the Army, sometimes I'd go almost 72 hours without sleep. And even then, I still had a cognitive awareness. And I felt like I lost that edge, and it was very scary for me. And it also brought up, like, can you make any decision that's important? Like, I was trying to drive down the fucking road in my car, sober, fucked up on COVID, and thought, I shouldn't be driving right now. Like, I'm driving down the road, bringing my daughter to school in the morning, and I'm telling myself on the road, I shouldn't be driving right now. Like, and it was like pulling out of a light to take a left-hand turn in traffic, coming against me, making right-hand turns, or you know what I mean? When in those moments where you like almost like fine motor skills, I didn't have them. And I felt like I shouldn't be on the road. I got to talk to matter of fact, I had a conversation with my wife and kids. I had to sit them down in my living room and have a family meeting and say, and as men aren't supposed to have to do this, but I have a wife and daughters, and it is emasculating. I'm probably going to get stopped out here. emasculating. It's very emasculating to me. I have daughters, not boys, right? I can't be a bad dad to my daughters. My boy probably. It's what happens to boys. You get told, suck it up, move on, be an adult, take care of yourself. Well, girls can't do that. Wife can't do that. I owe them, or they look to me as always being the person that'll always be there no matter what. I'm the kind of guy that would push my wife and kids out of the way of a bus and die for my wife and kids. I shit you not. So think about it from maybe that's the easy way to describe it. So if there's a moment where internally in my brain, my id, my superego, all this stuff is like, don't trust yourself. And I'm like, what? Say that again? I haven't heard that voice. Very rare I hear that voice. And that voice was like a very rational voice of reason saying, you can't trust yourself right now, dude. And with anything of consequence. So very scary. Now I got put on this, went back to the doctor, got this 5-day, like a 5-day course of Paxlovid. I felt good coming into Tuesday or Wednesday of this past week. Now, saying that, first thing that's on my mind is the week before I started feeling better and I wasn't. And my conscience was telling me, you have no business making critical thought right now. And so this past week here, I'm like, well, what if I go and stream on Wednesday and I start getting cloudy again, or start getting cloudy on Thursday or Friday or any of that kind of stuff. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not going to, you guys have millions of dollars. We've calculated how many people we're influencing over here with, are you long, are you short, all that kind of stuff, and the impact that it makes. And I'm unwilling to stream or talk to anybody about, hey, you should do this, or I should do this, or you should do that, or hey, I'm long. Matter of fact, I wasn't this whole run. I haven't been long. Some of it I have, but most of it I haven't, because I haven't trusted my own self. Right, haven't trusted my own self as a trader past couple weeks. So that's the COVID stuff. So just to wrap up the COVID conversation, I feel great. My brain feels correct. My physical, I went out and worked out yesterday. I felt good this morning. Worked out the day before. Felt good yesterday. So my brain feels right. My mind feels right. Everything feels right at this moment. So, and it's felt right since I took that course this past week. I took it this past week. So I'm feeling good. So I feel better. I've taken a test. I don't have any lines going through the tests anymore, so it's not stuck up inside my nasal. I don't know if it's in my fucking veins and arteries and all that shit, but I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what. I don't know what your experience was, if you've had COVID or not. If you haven't had COVID, I'll tell you what. You're going to notice that it's not like having the flu or strep throat. You can tell that it's something different. And I've never had it, never knowing that. I even had an antibody test and never had it. So this is the first time for me having it. I was feeling something this past week where I was like, fuck me. Like, I tried to do everything I was supposed to do. Like, in the beginning of COVID, I was like, they're asking for time in the hospitals and time to find therapy. I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do to not show up at a hospital at the start of COVID. I don't want to be a part of the problem. I'd rather just like, hey, I'll just wait in the back, and whenever you guys develop that shit to treat this shit, and whenever you get over the hump of the influx of new inpatients with COVID, I'll take my turn at it down the road. Well, so my turn comes up, and everyone in my life, this is all over my life, not just streaming, but everyone's like, oh, everything is, like, because of course I'm not dealing with anything else in my life that needs dealt with either. Like, whatever you guys are seeing me not here, the rest of my life I'm not there either. And it's like doom and gloom. It's like a nuclear bomb going off, right? Uh-oh, dad's in trouble, and husband's in trouble. Loyal friend, he's in trouble. It's like you can't have a crack in the facade of being a man, being a husband, a father, all this other shit, all these other responsibilities that you have. And So, like, of course, paranoia rolls in, like mass paranoia. Like my brain's going a million miles an hour. So, anyways, at this point, right now, I feel good. I do feel weird. I feel like I guess going back to that last part of that conversation was, that if I'd gotten sick in the beginning of COVID, I think I'd been great. People are like, yeah, you just got COVID. Fuck them. We could be back in a couple weeks. Getting COVID now, it's like because you stood in the back of the room and said, I'll wait until everybody's already gotten COVID. People are like, yeah, fuck that guy back there with that last asshole that didn't catch COVID. Fuck him. So yeah, but whatever. I guess that comes with waiting. So I got COVID, so I have it, had it, and if you've had it, I had three people, like one person real far out, but three people, one person very close, another person that was a little bit distant and from extended family, and then one person very far distant that died from COVID. So I know how serious it can be for people, but I'll tell you what, that shit was crazy. Like I didn't know right away. When I first got sick, I was like, yeah, this is the flu. But then it felt weird. It felt off. It felt different. And so, anyways, I got it. I'm all that. I have every vaccine. Even this newest one, I have that vaccine. I've got the flu vaccine. I've got them all. As a matter of fact, I got the newest vaccine the day it was released where I live. That actual same day. I didn't realize that was the new vaccine. I just showed up and they were like, yeah, we can take in. We just got the new vaccine. And has it blunted it? I don't know. If it would have been worse if I wasn't vaccinated. I'm an active person. Most of my life, I've been very a very physical person and very healthy, and I haven't lived a life of being sedentary. This is the first thing I've done in my life where I've sat in front of a desk all day long, like I do with you guys on stream. Most of my life was spent on my feet, working as an operations director of some kind, or some kind of a leadership position that was in person. Consulting. It was never like I never sat behind a desk. It was never like my MO. So I think that might have something to do with my I don't know, it's like maybe has something to do with whether it was good or bad COVID, my experience with COVID and stuff like that. I wish I was more active coming into this COVID, but I didn't spend 30 years or 20 years sitting behind a desk either. So I think that's like this mixed bag of my reaction to COVID. I know that might not be true. Some of it has to do with your how your immune system. Some of these guys that are dying are like overreactive immune system. That's what ends up killing them. But I feel good. Yeah, the question to ask myself is, did the vaccine compromise my immune system, making me more susceptible to infection? So I'm the wrong guy to ask about that stuff. I was in the Army. I have the anthrax vaccine. I've had every vaccine. I've been deployed. I've been around the world. I've traveled all over the world. I can't travel without vaccines. For me in my life, I've had a life of being vaccinated. So whether it did or didn't, I don't know. If it compromised me, immunocompromised me or not, I don't know. I just know that I've been vaccinated my entire life, and I have to be vaccinated. I actually travel, so I have to be vaccinated. I don't have a fucking choice. I guess not everywhere you don't have to be vaccinated, but most of the traveling that I've done, I needed to be vaccinated. Yeah, it was pretty bad, man. It wasn't what I expected to happen. Dude, there was when I first got sick, dude, I was like under a fucking. Okay, here's how fucked up being sick with COVID was for me. I don't know what it was like for you being sick, but here's what it was like for me. The first week, right, when I stopped streaming that first week, I was hiding under a blanket. Like, hiding. Felt better. When it kicked back in, the second time when it kicked back in, I was fine. I didn't have a noticeable temperature. I didn't have flu symptoms. It was all in my like I said, when I was driving, I didn't feel confident. Like that whole thing. It was a really fucking bizarre way to be sick. it was really fucking bizarre. So I appreciate you guys all being here today with me on the stream. By the way, I want you to know that. And stick with me. You know, I don't want to fucking die, right? It's like, oh shit, Cap died. And matter of fact, there's a few traders that I know of on FinTwit that have died from COVID. There's actually a few like people that are like, they're the person, they ended up kicking the bucket from it. So I was like, yeah, I don't want to become that fucking person either. Like, boom, just Captain's dead. James, bye-bye. Hold on here. I'm taking a look at this. They're going to try to send this shit down. Hold on a second here. The HYG is going up right now. All right, maybe I'll stay long here. Okay, so let me go through some of what you guys are saying in the chat. Let me catch up with some of you guys in the chat. But anyways, I don't know what to say to you guys. I'm assuming everybody has a different reaction to COVID or how many times you've had it, that kind of stuff. I know that there's a lot of politics surrounding COVID. I don't want to ever get involved in any of that stuff on a stream or anything like that. And whatever views you guys have is fine. You know, I'm okay with you guys having whatever your views are on it. Be okay with whatever my views are on it. All I know is that we know it's real, at least, right? And or at least I can tell you for sure that I got it, and it was real for me. And I got sick, and it was fucking brutal. No, it wasn't brutal. It could have gotten brutal. And I'm just grateful that it didn't. I'm grateful I'm still here. I'm grateful that I haven't lost anything. Like, I'm counting my fucking fingers in my brain and stuff. I'm taking tests every day. See if I have any mental decline, that kind of stuff. And but I feel fine. I feel good, and my brain feels right. So I want you guys to know that as well. Let me read some of you guys are saying in the chat real quick. Let me get the real chat up here and read some of you guys are saying in the chat really quick. I'm gonna stay long here because I'm watching that. HYG is just fucking ripping right now. Even though the SPY is gonna likely be pinned into this close. Well, 1 second here. Let me go into the room here and see what you guys are saying. I see that. I see you. Study never ends. Do lots of physical stuff at work. Have crazy foot pain, lower leg muscle spasms. Apparently, I just found out I need a. Oh, damn it, Erms. Yeah, we got to talk about IWM too. I'll write that one down because we got a big talk about IWM. I was gonna make a post earlier in the week saying expect a rotation into it. So we'll talk about IWM today. We're gonna talk about Tesla today as well. Tesla, NVDA, IWM. I just should have I had that post and I didn't fucking post it. I wanted to tell people to buy fucking IWM, buy smalls, baby, like 2 days ago. I was a little bit early, but it didn't matter. Thanks to the point. Yeah, I had the high fever, like fever, no fever, wrapped up in the blanket underneath in a cocoon, all that kind of stuff. Let's see what you guys are saying. Reading through. Hey, what's going on, Stace? How are you doing? What's good? Hey, good. Thanks for the hearts. I appreciate it, Stace. Read through some of you guys are saying here. Yeah, I'm doing better. I feel way better. Apple, I'll do Apple too if you want. Talk about Apple. But I got some great tickers for you today too. I got some kick out. We might be late on some of this stuff, but at this point, I need to start doing a written brief in the morning for a bunch of this stuff. Let me see what you guys are saying. Let me see what's going on Twitch here. Let me check out Twitch. Twitch chat, baby. By the way, if you're just joining us, our chat is open today. You should be able to chat. You can subscribe for free on Twitch or YouTube. You just click like subscribe or whatever it is, like, and you should be able to chat. You can even just type in test and see if you can chat. We have the chat open today for you. Let me see what you guys are saying on Twitch. How are you guys doing on Twitch, by the way? Yeah, good to see all you guys here. Good to see you recovering, Brickaholic. My whole family got COVID, had the worst. Really thought I was going to die. Yeah, that, I think, I want to say one thing about that. I was talking to Joe Donut earlier this week, and I was like, man, I was like, that fucking feeling, dude. I was like, no, I was trying to express this. I read about COVID and stuff like that, but I needed someone to say to me, like, it's like being a child, an adult tells you something and you don't believe it, and then it happens and you go, holy fuck. When that person said they were scared, the weightiness of it didn't really matter to me. Oh yeah, baby, keep on climbing. The weightiness of the paranoia, the scared of damage being done, that's the biggest one. That's the one that's like frightening. Of all of the COVID shit, that's the one that got me. The paranoia. Have I fucking damaged myself permanently? My brain. Fuck my arms, fuck my hands. I mean, not fuck that stuff. Not fuck my lungs, all that other stuff that you can get hurt with. My brain, man. Like, my brain to me is like, it's not the smartest brain in the world. It isn't. I've taken IQ tests. I got like 130 or 120 or something. It's 120 or 130, somewhere in there. But, but like losing your faculty of your brain is like, fuck. Like that's the one that got me, super scared. Super. You could cut my fucking arm off. I'd still be with you. Cut my legs off. But the faculty, the mental faculty, that's the one that, that's the one, man. That's the one. That's the one. No matter what your mental faculty is, like if you lose that mental faculty, that's the one that freaks me out the most. You just like fucking box me up and shit me out. Seriously. I gotta have my, my wits about me. So I'm reading through Twitch right now. Let me read through Twitch right now. Yeah. Someone said, would it be funny if we stayed at 450 all day long? Well, let's go over to SPX and check out SPX really quick. SPX on a 451 right here. It's really where they want to close, right up in here somewhere. Right up there is where they want to close. The next node is way above. It's at 455 up here. All right, we're gonna do some. Yeah, right there. There it is. Is that green bar? I already put the green bar up there. This is your next level to the upside up here that you're trying to get to if you're a bull. And that freeing of the gamma in the market doesn't mean we go down. It just means we'll talk about that too. Now we're gonna talk about some key levels here. Let me get over to this. We're gonna get over to. Hold on one second here. We're gonna go to a trigger screen here. Sweet. And we're gonna talk about a 30-minute chart here. We're gonna look at a 30-minute SPY chart. Okay. Hang tight one second. Hold on here. I gotta give myself a. So we'll go to let's go to SPY. We'll translate this to SPY. Look at fucking SPY, dude. So stupid. Okay, here's SPY. Okay. This is what I want to tell you. Okay, if you're a seller, you need to get underneath the hourly trigger here, okay? You need to get under there right there. And you need to do some rejecting you need to do some rejecting of consequence. So you need to see like the breakdown and the rejection, right? And then you start following it down, right? You see what I'm saying here? If you like trying to get this down right here, you need to get that rejection. So rule number one, if you're a seller, you can't short here. I'm sorry. Until you break that hourly trigger, okay? And you really don't want to long this either at the moment. So there's not a ton to do right now, is there? There's not a ton to do here. Now, if you really did want to get above this stuff here, let's talk about that right now. So let me see. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of that sidebar right there. Hold on 1 second here. Can I show you guys my sweet? Okay. So, and don't mind the scroll bar down there. While I was sick, and not streaming, I did a bunch of work. So don't worry about the scroller down there. It doesn't mean anything to you right now. But I made a bunch of training videos and educational videos and that kind of stuff that's going to get released publicly here in a minute. Now, what I want you to see here is, hold on here. I'll put my scroller over here. Can I bring this right here? Okay, so I want you to see this bar right here, this gamma bar right here, okay? This gamma bar is at so right here we've got 4,500, right? Next one here is at 45.15. Okay? So you got 4,500, 45.15. The next one above it is 45.50. And then we've got a 4,600 here. So this 45.15, we need to get above it. So you get what I'm saying? We have to get above this number to start taking some longs here to get up to that 45.50. So 45.15 on SPX. So we can switch back over here again. Let's go back to SPX over here. We just dump all this shit here. Make it simple. So here's SPX right here, right? This 4,500, 45.15. Here's that node right there. You have another node just above it, right here. Okay. And I'll switch back and forth for you. Okay. So you got this node right here, and you got this node right here, and the market is parked right fucking here. So the market's parked right sitting right here. You know, so we need to get above this node right here to start taking some longs. So if we go back to the triggers here, just like I'm telling the sellers out there, you got to get underneath the hourly trigger, right? Telling sellers they have to get underneath this, right? Start rejecting to take the short. Same thing applies for longs. You need to get above, right? And actually sit up here and start to go higher. I don't care about these squeezes here. I don't care even about this squeeze. If this squeeze is up, I don't even care about that. I just care about coming back down and then that confirmation on that node, and then we're off and running to the upside. So is there a trade here for bulls? Probably not. Is there a trade here for bears? Probably not. You need to wait for that squeeze up, confirmation, and then we're off and running. Or you're waiting for that break below the hourly trigger, the rejection, and then we start heading to the downside. Make sense to you guys out there? So that's all this gamma crap that's over. That's all this gamma crap that's over here. Let me see if I can go back to that. That's over here on the left-hand side here, okay? So if you're looking for this over here, if you're looking for that 45.50, that 4,600, that next move. We'll see if they start loading the fuck up on puts. That'll propel us up to that 4,600, or if they load up on a bunch of calls and then they send us back down packing. So on this trigger screen, right? So see that hourly has not been broken yet on that SPX, right? If you're looking for that break, you need to see that break so we can take this bad boy back down and take out that 43.55, which will likely be up here at that point. Expectations so far would be into next week that we pull down and take out at least this here and possibly this right here. But I don't know if you're going to get much more than that is my point here. So as these days progress, and we've got a short week next week, you got the CTAs supposedly coming back and do some more buying. Likely going to be looking for a dip buy next week, somewhere down at 4468 or possibly even as low as 4414 down here. 4414. I have a little blood right now on S&P 500. Here, go back to this main screen. Stay right here and put this back up. Bring this over here for you. So that node we're stuck on, right? I just showed you the nodes that we're stuck on. If you now know the nodes that are above that 4550, that 4600. Let's see here. Hold on. I got more stuff to go over here. Give me one quick second here, guys. Why is VIX not coming up for me? Well, I'm having problems here on my end. Come on now. I'm not showing VIX right now. I don't know why. Why am I not showing? Give me one quick second here, guys. Context. Why does this not work? Give me one quick second here, guys. I got some stuff going on in the background. That's odd. Not showing my my VIX gamma here. All right, I guess I'm not going to show you my seasonality today. I guess fuck me, huh? I wanted to show you guys a seasonality chart here to show you the sideways expectation of sideways, but I got nothing for you here. My seasonality chart is like shit in the bed. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. I might have it here. There we go. Come on, baby. This is, I got to move this over now. Hold on one second here. Chat box. Move that over right there. Move that chat box up right there. So you've got the seasonality chart here, right? Came back down, blasted down right here, blasted back up. That all matches up right there, right? You've now got a seasonal sideways action here, a dip down into the end of the year, and then a squeeze up into the bell. So you got this ahead of you right here. Now I'm going to give you some targets here. This is the 241st trading day, where you get that last little move down and then the squeeze up into the close here. So the expectation would be that we trade up and down sideways, right? You get a little bit of a bloodbath in the end of December, and then up into the close, you get some kind of a rip higher. So what would that mean for you into the next couple of weeks? Would be to look for a bottom to buy, right? Look for some kind of, you got this push up right here, right? Into next week, you get a down week. Remember we talked about the CTAs coming in to buy, right? CTAs coming in here trying to buy into end of the year. You already know that CTAs are behind for the year. So there's going to be some kind of an expectation that we squeeze up into December 31st, right? Now, you might say, well, hey, Cap, we don't always follow this exact. We don't. And we have oversized moves up and down. We had an oversized move back here before we ever got to the top over here, right? Started bleeding off before we ever got there. Came back down, right? A little bit of an oversized move down, right? Oversized move up. Notice a lot of that. So you didn't even expect some kind of an oversized move to the upside at the end of the year. So let's look into that right now. Let's go over to the Webull chart here. Thought I got all over there, but I didn't. So you make that larger. This is the 29th right here. There's your 29th right here. So let's raise this up a little bit. Here's December 29th over here, the first of the year, right? The expectation would be that you'd have some kind of consolidation down in here, and then some kind of a move up into the 31st. Whether that move up is only right here, your expectations maybe you're up here. This is that previous high at 459, something like that. So if you're going to get any kind of a chance to buy a dip, if you see the CTAs come in, they don't even care if we continue down, do they? They just know that they can buy that dip and come up into the end of this year and get paid, right? So they're not going to care about any of this kind of stuff. You're going to be looking for some place to buy a dip into the end of the year. Now, looking at this chart right here, right? It's pretty simple, right? We'll draw something in here for you. Let's say we draw something like this first week of the month here, 7th. Right, this is when you get the normal inflows into the market in the beginning of the month, and at least something up in here like this. Okay, that's at least the expectation. Something like this right here. Now, if you're looking for that doom and gloom that Mike Burry is looking for, or if you're looking for that doom and gloom, you're like, hey, Cap, Mike Burry's short, and it's gonna start fucking sending it down to the depths of hell. We're gonna crash. So you're like, we are in the Mike Burry short or something like that, more than likely. We're going to go back over to, or we don't even have to go back over. I'm just going to go back over to the big bar that you need to beat. That's 434.50. And 430.35. So, worst case scenario, if you're a seller, look at something here. If you're a seller, I want you to know that we can go all the way down to 430 down here. We can go all the way down here and still be bullish. So the title of today's show and the title of, I think I posted this on Twitter earlier this morning, which was, for however much bearishness you have out there, if you're a seller, you should temper your expectations on downside moves. You literally need to be underneath this white box for that Michael Burry crash. Okay, so down here. You be way down there. Okay, so I'm going to give you some key levels here. You want to snap this for yourself at home. The expectation of where we're going to go is going to be something like this. My expectation is that it's going to go straight up, but that's not my expectation. expectation is this right here. Theta gang, baby. And then some kind of stupidity like this up into some kind of stupidity into the end of the year. Now, are you going to be able to grab like some kind of like doom and gloom down here? Possibly. Keep your eyes on this down here for a dip buy. If you're a greedy bull, you're going to be looking for this target to buy down here. If you're like me and you make your money from this market through spreads and stuff like that, that's me down here. That's me trying to grab this and just swinging this straight up here. So full port if you're a bull down here. If you're a bear, my expectation is that we don't actually trade that deep, that we trade 440 at best down here. 440 at best is my expectation. That we're like more like you have like a 30 to 40% chance that we trade this right here, maybe even more. I'd say like 40%. You have a 30% chance of trading this right here. You have like a 15%. And you got another 15 down here, let's say. I'll give that another 15 down there. Not 5%. You can go down here. It's pretty reasonable to go down this deep. But if you think we're going to crash down here, you got like a 5% chance. But a 5% chance you get that big crash that Mike Burry's looking for. So expectations from here on out into next week. We get a roll and some consolidation down to 440. Okay, and you're going to find that we're going to run up into December. Worst case scenario, 434, 430, right? For that, again, trade up into the close on the 31st. It might not happen until down here, but that's the expectation, okay? So if you're a Theta Gang person, it's a great fucking Theta Gang trade in here, isn't it? It's a beautiful Theta Gang trade. So I bet everybody's going to be flexing themselves in the next week or two to be trading flies. This is like a perfect fly setup into end of month or into end of quarter. So anyways, down in here, this is the expectation into end of the year, and then expectation for where the market goes from here forward. You prefer the straight up expectation? We can go straight up. I'm going to show you guys one last thing here. So Career Low just said I prefer the straight up expectation. So can I check out XBI? Yeah, I'll look at XBI. So we're going to look at XBI. Fucking, are we rolling again? God damn it. I'm going to pull the plug on these calls here. So we're going to show one more thing here for you, okay? So I do want you to realize something. I want you to see this right here. Take a snapshot of this at home. I want to do one more for you, okay? Remember what we talked about 10 minutes ago. I said to you, if we get above at any point over here, if we get above those two nodes, right? So next week, we come in and those CTAs come in, right? And they buy next week, right? We got 4 days left next week, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. If they buy and we start heading above here, all bets are off. So if you're a bear seller and you see any of this nonsense over here, right? And we get above that node, that gamma node up here, right? Hey, Cap told me that we're going to go down to, I don't know, fucking 440, 434, 430 down here. And we're way up here right now. And you're a seller. Get out of the way, because we're going to run up here, and we're actually going to run up into all-time highs. I don't want to talk about that yet in this stream, but getting above this one here, we'll set up an attempt to take this out right here. This is that previous high from summertime, and actually to go way, way higher. Go up there and tag that 480, 4,800. Maybe not by the 31st, maybe like the first week or two of January, but if you're a seller, I want you to be very conscious of this box right here. This is on your mind at all times. If price goes above this box right here, I want you to get out of the way, okay? Anything up here, get out of the way, because they're going to nail this one, grind all this out, and then start slamming us up there and start chasing that that all-time high, believe it or not. So if you're a bear, any movement in price above that node, get out of the way, okay? Because that will X out all of this stuff down here if you're a seller. Okay, I'm gonna delete this right now because I don't want it on my my 1 minute chart or whatever. So let's do a 5-minute chart for next week here. Dude, what the? They're fucking murdering my goddamn calls over here. These motherfuckers, dude. I swore I wouldn't swear this week. I just swore pretty bad. So expectations in the next week. We'll make this into a smaller chart here that you can more easily digest for just the upcoming week, okay? Hold on here. Let me get rid of my fucking camera. I'm swearing already. So expectations the next week. I'd already told you or showed you that node up here, right? So if you're a seller and you don't want to get a margin call, maintenance call, somewhere up in here, if we get above, what's going on here? If we get above this white box up here, right? Put your long pants on, okay? Now, without that happening right now on a Friday, into next week, right? Into next week, the expectation is we're going to trade. Make that green right there. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Sweet. We're closed this day right here. So this is your dip buy for next week. You're just looking for that bad boy. Dude, I got some weirdness coming on. Come down into Wednesday, and boom, that's your dip buy right there. That's what you're looking for right down there. If we, though, trade above that node, we're going to long the fuck out of this up here too. Right up there. Those are my expectations. Now, if we break that 440, we start getting underneath this 440 and this daily trigger starts rolling down on us, or that hourly trigger starts rolling down on us down there, your next expectation is going to be way, way lower. Way down there. And bring this up for you right there. Okay. So if you're a bull, what are you doing? Buying the dip. If you're a bull, what are you doing? Buying the dip. If we get above, are you buying this dip? You should say, fuck you, Cap, no. Do we buy this dip, though? Fuck yeah, Cap. Fuck yes, we buy that dip, and we continue to the upside. As of right now, though, expectation into next week. Close out, come down into next week, look for a dip to buy for the end of year, New Year's. How long will it take for this to print for you? Right? How long will this take for you to print? Likely into the end of the year. Don't be buying down here, and then if you come back down here, and then we go back up, don't be like, hey, Cap, what about my call spreads? You just hang on to those call spreads into the 31st of the year, unless we start getting some. Let me see if I can go over to this trigger screen. You're looking for the trigger screen, the 30-minute trigger screen for the chart here, right? The only way you're not going to hold on to those call spreads is if you see price breakdown next week, right? Gets underneath, right? Slams down maybe, doom and gloom down here at 430. Ricochet is back up, and that hourly trigger comes back down here, rejects it, that's when I'll start telling you, fuck no, get rid of your call spreads, and we're going downtown for Christmas. We're gonna shit all over the bulls and all that other kind of stuff, okay? So unless this happens, then I'll start getting bearish. Otherwise, it's buy a fucking dip right here, buy a fucking dip down here. So for right now, temper your expectations as a seller right now. If you're a bear, usually you want to be waiting until December 31st. Sometimes the first week of January, sometimes the second, third week of January. But you should not be looking for that Mike Burry trade until that happens. Now, we're going to go over a couple other things here, okay? We're going to go over a couple other things that I have to go over with you and what backs up what I'm saying here. I got to talk to you guys why I'm saying this, why it matters. And the biggest one is the velocity here, okay? I want you to look at this velocity here. Lower high here in the velocity. This is good. Showing a pullback, but not topped out yet. It's at 15 bullishness right now. It should be at 25 or even 50 in velocity to the upside. Okay? So we're not quite there yet. We're actually ramping down here. Come down to a low. Come back up to a high. Right? Still not that plus 25 yet. But we should get there and then come back down. This is your next week, right? Buy it and come up. So velocity is on the bull side for right now, on the daily at least. That doesn't mean we can't come down over here in hourly velocity to come back up. So maybe you have some weakness in the next week. Let me roll higher here after next week. So that would imply that we come back down here, hit that daily trigger, and then we're off and running again to the upside. See that hourly velocity comes down, a little bit of cooling on the daily velocity, and then we start running again to the upside. So at least on SPY right now, we're pretty I would say that we're not like, hey, sell, get out of the market. We're not like, hey, we're at the top, we're topping out over here. It's not like back over here. We got all this stuff going on. See how we just keep grinding higher right here? See this grind higher, grind higher, grind higher. Then we start rolling over. See how the daily is rolling over right here? I want you to see this right here. Okay, I want you to watch this right here. I want you to look at something over here, okay? See how you have the yellow line? The daily is just heading higher and higher and higher. Daily flattens out. Then you get your blood. Daily trigger still heading higher right now, right? Daily trigger not flattening out right now. Expectation would be to pull back down and test that daily trigger and just start bouncing and going higher. If we come down here and you start to see that daily trigger flatten out, I'll go with you as a bear. If you see price come down, right? If you see the daily trigger come up and start flattening out, you start to see price get underneath that daily trigger, we'll discuss at that point you and your bloodbath and all the doom and gloom that's coming into February and January and all that stuff. Now, do I think that we're going to roll over in February and January? I do. But, this time frame right here is not right now. This is like, February, April, all that kind of stuff. Way farther down the road. Intraday stuff, the expectation here would be that we trade sideways. This gets picked up. End of December comes into play. Tag that upside move. Tag that previous high, that kind of stuff. Now, I'm going to show something else here that kind of backs this up. Now, if velocity was at plus 25 or plus 50, I'd be like, fuck that, sell the market. It's not. It's not at plus 25. It's not at plus 50. That's daily velo. So is it sell the market here? Probably not. Highly likely that it's not. We're going to go to the MBI next, though. We're going to take a look at the MBI really quick. We're going to chat about this and its importance. So what I want to show you here I want to show you something here. It's very important, okay? And why it matters, kind of stuff, okay? PMOs not topped out yet. PPO not topped out yet. And here's the scary one. You ready? The scary one is this one right here. I want you to see that one right there. So if you're a seller, you're a bear, I want you to look at this area right here in the market, okay? And I want you to see where we are right here too. So if you begin to see some kind of grinding action over here, you see market breadth come down. See it right there? See how price didn't follow that action? We rotated into a different into another index in the market. Price didn't drop on SPOOs. We rotated out of SPOOs, then rotated back in one more time. What happened? Rip face up, right? Just blinding. So we do this stupid grind over here, and then boom. What happens over here? And you're fucked. Does that make sense? And what ends up happening here is you end up getting like this. You end up getting like this like ramp over here, and then boom, we get that one little tag right there. Does that make sense? So as a bear right now, as a seller right now, right? Pay back, or I want you to know that the PMOs and the PPOs are saying, yeah, we're a little toppy right now in SPOOs, but we're likely gonna. There's a high chance we're gonna do some rotating. You saw it yesterday, right? You saw some tickers just going to the moon. You saw Microsoft going to the moon. You saw a bunch of other tickers just being ripped and ripped and ripped. Where the market was just kind of stalled out, right? If the market stalls out in here, and you don't see that downside move, you don't see us get lower than 440, 434, 430. Be scared of that if you're a bear, okay? Here's that 430 right here. Here's that 430 right there. So if you see that like bullshit grinding and this kind of stuff, and you're like, it's going to crash down here, it's not. It's going to squeeze up into the end of the year. So be very patient or careful about this. If PMOs were already up here, I might be afraid of, we get the roll there, we get the roll up here, and we're kind of fucked. But I'm not as scared right now. MBI says sell SPOOs here. But you already know that we can grind this up higher. We can trade this thing sideways. We can roll it down. So just be careful of I guess the point of this show specifically is, be very careful. Be very careful on your bearish expectations into next week because it's end of year. Because the CTAs are buying. I know the VIX is already low. It should go up, right? VIX should go up. Price, if it doesn't follow, though, is going to be important, right? So if you're a seller here, I think it's fine for you to sell into next week. I'm likely going to take some puts into next week. But I would be, if I was a seller, I'd be suspicious. And I would be wondering if price will end up does price follow or not? And if you don't see price follow into next week and some major downside moves, be wary of that happening. If you're not seeing like good moves down, like break 440 like it's nothing, break 434, break 430 and just start hammering to the downside, I'd be really wary of that as a seller. As the only caveat to we're at the top. And MBI says we're at the top. PMOs, PPOs do not say that, and then daily velocity and hourly velocity does not say that either. So I'd be very, very conscious of it in the coming days. Hold on a second here. Well, we got to talk about that too. Not today, but we have to talk about Jerome is. So you guys all know that. You guys all understand that the primary vehicle for the primary vehicle for, there's a couple things to talk about this here. We're not there yet. Should we look at the 10-year really quick? Let's look at the 10-year really quick. Let's look at the 10-year. Someone just said something about cutting. So let's go to that screen really quick, trigger screen. This is the 10-year yield. Oop. You guys remember this whole thing right here, right? Bam, came up here, immediately sold off and down. Now, the 10-year yield is saying is good for bears, okay? Now, we got to talk about this. This is an important thing to talk about. We'll talk about more in depth down the road, but so the market can go up and down without yields being important. If the curve uninverts, stuff like that, market can actually go up. Now, it is fascinating right now. If you're a bull, it's fascinating right now to watch the 10-year yield, because if the 10-year yield begins to reject in a bigger way to the downside, gets underneath the weekly trigger, and this daily trigger is coming down. So if we start to see something like this, right? What do you think that, I'm going to maybe ask you at home, what do you think that means? Because to me, that means more rate cuts down the road. So there's a lot of caveats to this, but there's a lot of caveats to this. The idea here would be that the main vehicle for Fed policy today is yields. And if they don't have yields to enforce that economic policy, they have to then unload somewhere else. And what they'll end up doing is raising rates even higher if they can't get it out of yields. So you only have a couple choices here. It's either going to be in yields or it's going to be in the form of rate hikes, right? So I am fascinated right now how yields bode for rate hikes. If you end up getting yields falling off a cliff. Hold on a second here. If you end up getting yields falling off a cliff, right, the Fed will be likely forced to raise rates. So we'll keep a close eye on it as the yields as the months continue on. Do they hold? Do they raise us 25 or 50 BPS or way higher? They're in a box, man. They're not in a box, but man, we got a lot to talk about with yields. We got a lot to talk about with the Fed's plan, that kind of stuff, and we have to do a big show on expectations for the low in the market and that kind of stuff in the springtime. How low does it go? That kind of stuff, and the vehicles that the Fed is going to use for removing the sloshing money around in the marketplace. Even if, and we got so much shit to talk about because the stock market's cheap as fuck right now. I know you guys don't think that it is, but it's dirt cheap. And it's implied that it's going to be dirt cheap. It's implied that it's going to be dirt cheap in 5 years. It really is. You guys are both. I know, and you know that wages are going up. We both know that cost of living isn't coming down, and if that's the case, then no matter what they say, whatever the Fed says, that the market is cheaper, the dollar is worth less, and that means that the price of the stock market is cheap. So my boy back there, Tom Lee, is probably right. We got a lot to talk about that. There's likely, I don't know how old you are, but man, when you get older, you see it. Like, they're setting this up so that if you're young, when you're 40 or 50, we're starting a new cycle right now Welcome to higher prices and welcome to higher wages. So it'll probably take 5, 10, 20 years to come around that curve, but I think the Fed loses this fight. I'll be honest with you. I think the Fed loses this fight. I don't think they win this fight. Which is kind of crazy to say. I think that they know that they lost this fight, and I think that it's a matter of adjustments over time for them for you and everybody to accept it all. That we're just going to live in that environment where the dollar is fucking worthless. Now we have to talk about what that means too, if that's going to be the case. If that is the case, and we're going to run into a new cycle, how bad does it get? Do we go back down and touch that trough again? Or do we get the all-time highs, then go back and recheck the all-time high or not into next year? So we'll have to talk about that soon, this upcoming week or so. It's a bigger conversation for down the road. Yeah, we got a double bear plane on SPY right now. The bot is short right now too. That's bearish cap. No, it's not. Well, it is and it isn't, depending on how you look at it. Depends on how you look at things. So are higher rates bearish? Depends on the time frame you're looking at. If they're still raising rates, we won't have that trough check until they're done raising rates. The key point here is that I guess the key point to take away from this is this. If they're not done raising rates because they can't unload in the bond market, right? And they're going to continue to raise rates, you're not going to see that recheck yet. You're going to be delayed. That's not bearish for the stock market. You want to get bearish once we've hit the terminal rate. If you're a bear, you want to get bearish the moment we've hit terminal rate for that check. Wherever the price, if price is above the previous all-time high of 2022 in January, you want to get bearish on a recheck of that price. And if we're not above it, you're looking for that 350, that 3,500 as the recheck. So right now, it's not bearish. If they're gonna be forced into raising rates, you're not gonna see that bloodbath that you're looking for. Something is broke? Yeah, something's really fucking broke. The fucked up part about this, right, is at the auction window, the Fed's still showing up and they're warehousing this shit. They're not even really dumping this stuff. So they dump what they can, and then they warehouse the rest of it and call it as sold. It's kind of like me. How do I explain this better? It's kind of like me saying that this is some fucked up accounting by the Fed. It's kind of like me going to, it's kind of like me selling 100 cars every month. I'm selling cars. I'm selling 100 cars every month. And you're the buyer, right? You're buying 100 cars every month. And I have no problem selling them. And then I show up one day to sell 100 cars, and only 25 cars get bought. And I go, oh, shit. What am I going to do? So what I do is, on paper, I say I sold those 100 cars. Instead of selling the 25, I'm actually selling 25, but I tell you, I sold 100 cars. Well, what I did was I took 75 of those vehicles and I park them. And I'm telling you that I sold them. On paper, it says that I sold them because I'm the Fed. And seriously, I'm the fucking Fed. I'm the Treasury Department. And I'm telling you that I'm telling you I'm the Fed. I'm the Fed and the Treasury Department. And I told you that I sold them. But in reality, to the downside, I'm just putting those 75 cars to the side. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to unload them in 5 or 10 years or 20 years. Slowly. I'll sell like 2 or 3, 2 or 3, 2 or 3, 2 or 3. At least that's what I'm telling you. Does that make sense? Now, I don't know if those cars are going to fucking implode or get old, or the seals are going to go bad, or the whole thing the whole fucking Ponzi is going to blow up my face. This is the Fed, mind you. This is the Treasury Department, right? Like they whatever they tell us, as long as we believe, right, they can carry that fraud forward. Now, this was the Fed talked about this last summer. As a matter of fact, one of my heroes out there, Jedi Marcus, posted a link to this information last year from the Fed. They quietly released it saying this is what they were doing. They fucking told us. And nobody paid attention to it. He made that post. I reposted it. I think that post got like 10 fucking comments and 5 likes from Jedi Marcus. And no one cared. And I'm like, no one reads this shit. No one reads the fine print of what they're actually doing. And that's what they're fucking doing. That's the simplest way that I can explain it. Well, they do. It's a bad relation. It's a bad soliloquy of saying cars, because when you think cars, they're gonna go bad, right? This stuff doesn't go bad. It just sits there, right, until they can dump it down the. Basically, it's, you know what it is. We're shitting on our kids. I'm shitting on we're shitting on my children, my grandkids, and the buck is getting passed. That's a better way to. Cars is a bad. It's not bad. It's just in your mind, you're probably saying, well, you might not be able to sell those cars. They're going to be looking old. But they're going to dress it up like a pig with lipstick on it and sell it. Does that make sense? And you're going to pay for it in time. So, hold on a second here. All right, we got a lot to go over here. These dude, my fucking calls are burning. Well, they're at a little bit less than 50%. I'm holding them though. I know they got to squeeze this shit up into the bell, so I'm not fucking selling for anybody. Hold on a second. All right, I'm DCAing right now. I'm telling you, that's what's happening. I'm telling you, you're gonna come back every year, 3 years. You guys come back and you're like, he was saying was real. Everything I say to you guys, I know you read about it. Either if I tell you something, it happens in a week. If I'm like, hey, this is gonna happen next week, I tell you, hey, in 6 months this is gonna happen. I tell you next year this is gonna happen. Normally, that shit comes true. Fucking Tesla. What did I tell you? I made fucking videos with Tesla was gonna release the Cybertruck end of year, right? How many days until they release that goddamn truck? I told you they'd have delivery problems, right? That shit's gonna happen coming up here, right? You're gonna find out there's gonna be delivery failures. I told you at the end of the year and that stuff. Anytime I tell you this stuff, you guys always come back and say he was right. So, 5-10 years, you're gonna come back and you're gonna be like, what the fuck? And it's sad because do I think we go hyperinflation like Japan? I hope that we don't. I think we have. So I want you guys to understand too with Japan. They were pulling that shit from the 70s into the 90s. That was like a function of the 1970s into the. There's a bunch of other mechanics to it with hedge funds, American hedge funds, and stuff like that. But the question becomes, so like you got like Japan's like pounding the bottle, right? Woo! Let's make an apartment cost $35,000 a month, right? Woo! Pounding it. And the U.S. is like, I got the same bottle. And do I just slam it? Or do I just sip it? Do I pound it during COVID and then spit it back in the bottle? But I still want to drink it. The point that I'm trying to make to you here is this. Is it the same as Japan? Fuck no. But is it Japan on a longer time frame? You got dang right it is. It is Japan. So whereas Japan is trying to, or did something on a higher time frame, the U.S. is like, yeah, you know what? Instead of turning it into 2 or 3 decades, we could probably get 6 decades out of this. Does that make sense? So you got like I'm not saying that any of you guys have done cocaine out there, but I'm sure everybody knows the Coke monster, right? If you've ever, even if you don't do it, there's always a Coke monster. You go to a party somewhere and there's that one like slightly overweight guy. He's the life of the party. His jacket's hanging off him. He's sweating bullets. And he's the guy that wants to do everybody's cocaine, right? You're like, don't tell that guy that we've got drugs. That guy's going to do them all in one sitting. We'll be dead, but in 15 minutes of an overdose. That guy's going to smoke all the weed. That guy's going to drink all the Pappy, the Rip Van Winkle, right? You don't break the Rip Van Winkle out when that guy, he's got like a polo shirt. It's like unbuttoned slightly. It's like sweat coming through. He's at a party. It's probably got curly hair, slightly receding hairline. He's got a bandana going across his head. He's got a tweed sport coat on with shoulder pads, and he's just like in the party, and you're like, don't tell that guy over there we got. There's always like you go to a party, there's always like a drug, the drug monster's always there. You're like, stay away from that guy over there. That guy's crazy. Like if Japan was that guy, and then the other guy's got marijuana or Rip Van Winkle, and the guy with the Coke Monster's got his bottle of that bottle of Rip Van Winkle be dead. Same party. You'll just like give it a few shots to your friends, and I'll see you next week, bros. That's what the U.S. is doing. Okay, so we went over all that shit, right? So we've been through all that stuff, caught you up on all that stuff. We do have to have a conversation, though, at some point about where the Fed is headed down the road. We already know what the Fed says they're going to do, what their plan is here. Yields are saying they're going to have to raise rates. I would expect, I'm going to let you know where yields are right now. You're going to expect more raises from the Fed because of it. Now, if you are going to get more raises, the idea here would be that we're not at the end of the hiking cycle, and they're likely wrong in how many more hikes we have ahead of us. That could extend this sideways and up market for another year. It really does. It really does. It could drag this out for multiple years. So if you're a bear, you're looking for the end of rate cycle hikes for that roll that you're looking for. And right now, it doesn't look like the yields are going to force the Fed into a longer hiking cycle. Not good. Not good for sellers. Not good for bulls either. Yeah, leather patch elbows. I should get out a picture. You know what? It's like fucking, I don't know, Animal House. It's like Jim Belushi. It's pretty much what you're looking for is like find Jim Belushi, like stay from that fucking guy over there. I'm in a lot of trouble with that guy over there. Oh, dude, this is killing me. Look at this. Fucking Friday staring the fucking shitty bus into the fucking terminal in the close. Okay, so we're going to talk about a bunch of other stuff. We're going to talk about Tesla. We're going to talk Tesla. So, Tesla. We're going to do Tesla talk really quick. Tesla. Talk about Tesla on this morning. Now, I love trading Tesla. Now, I know the VIX is low, and I get it. We'll go hit the VIX next. We'll do I should have done the VIX first, but we're going to talk about Tesla. And what I want to talk to you about is buying these gorgeous fucking daily bottoms, man. It's just so easy. Like, Tesla's like the easiest thing. The scary part here, though, is that we're not even up yet on daily yet on Tesla. So I want to be careful with you here to say that Tesla likely has another push higher here, okay? Even if it rolls down here, it likely has an upward thrust still inside of it to get up here. Okay, so in Tesla, if you're a Tesla bull in the end of the year, you're likely going to get your stocking filled again. Maybe even into early January, but I would expect this continuation for Tesla to the upside over here. Be very careful here if you're a Tesla bear. I guess if you're a Tesla bear, you're like, yeah, sell. Sorry, Cap, you're wrong. We're going downtown. I get that. I get that, Otto. But I want you to know that there's a trap down here for bears, and that trap lies in this velocity down here. This velocity coming up to the upside in like a frying pan across the head. And you just watch this shit explode to the upside. So test, and I want the other reason I'm telling you this is because of the turn in the daily trigger down here is big, and the weekly velocity is very emotional here, right? Our weekly trigger here is very emotional. We're right now above the monthly trigger. That's all bullish. So if you're a Tesla bull, you are looking to buy one of these dips down. As a matter of fact, you probably had your chance to buy that dip right here. See that nice, beautiful red wick right there? See that demand step right in? Right here. Those algos stepped right in like it was nobody's business to continue to the upside. So if you get a chance to buy Tesla, you already had your first chance this morning. It was at 226.17. If you are looking for a deeper low, maybe 212, but I don't buy it, okay? If you're looking to long Tesla or to take that next trip higher, you are looking for any kind of back check that's successful on 234. Any kind of squeezing that back checks. Matter of fact, I'll give you a target here. Matter of fact, you just did the first one. You just took this one out right here. So your next one is going to be up here. So now you're looking for another trade up here. And then you'll get the next trade up there. And then you're going to get the next trade up there. So Tesla, I am bullish. Very bullish on Tesla. Remember I was bullish on Meta. Remember you guys were like, fuck Meta? You guys remember like a couple weeks ago we were talking about Meta? And I was like, I'm very, very bullish on Meta. Where's Meta right now? Pretty high, right? The few tickers that I said I'm pretty bullish on, pretty fucking high right now. So there you go. Oh, this one right here, Tesla, very bullish on. IWM. I wanted to make a post on IWM last week. Oh no, 2 days ago or 3 days ago or something like that. And what I wanted to talk about was this right here. That there was going to be an attack on the weekly trigger. Okay. Now, IWM's still bearish. We have a bunch of reports coming out that impact IWM. And the daily trigger, though, is turned up here. And we also have a big turn on the daily velocity. I want you to see this down here. Big turn on daily velocity, heading higher now. And through some consolidation, I'll chart this out for you. I'm actually bullish in next week to 184, where SPY is bearish. I'm going to be bullish on IWM into next week. So all this down here, you see this stuff coming up right here. One day, weekend comes up. Maybe you get one more dip buy down here. Let's do it like this. Let's do something like that right there. Turn that green. Any chance that you get to buy, if you get any chance to buy small craps next week, buy the fuck of it. 171, 170, something like that. But currently target right now, and we are above the hourly trigger right now, and the daily trigger's coming up. And I'll tell you what, you get that cross up there, and it's gonna fucking rip. So we can get some good targets up here. Grinding, right there. Come back down right there. Hey, buddy. How you doing? We're in right there. So there's IWM for it's somewhere more over there. So there you go for IWM. The real price target in IWM is right there. 190 flat. End of the year. That's somewhere around the 30th, something like that. Just call that. Whoop. Trash over there. We'll do a vertical line over here. That's end of year. Right there. And I think you actually get that squeeze up. I think you actually get that. You might get that now. Something like that. So IWM, very bullish. NVDA. And we'll talk about VIX here at some point too. NVDA, they are coming into their earnings on the 21st. Let me see if I can bring something up here. I'm going to read something to you about Nvidia here in just a moment. We're going to talk NVDA here in just a moment here. I got something else I want to tell you here. Okay, so Piper Sandler raises NVIDIA's data center rev estimates. Piper Sandler is optimistic that NVIDIA can deliver strong quarterly results next week, thanks to strong revs from a key segment. The firm raised its sales estimates for the chipmakers' data centers business for the 3rd October and January quarters to $13 billion and $14.34 billion, respectively. Quote, we believe demand from U.S. cloud and other data center clients remains strong and intact, given these firms are still in the process of transforming their data centers with accelerated compute capabilities, end quote, analyst Harsh Kumar wrote. Quote, we note that these include all of the key players in the cloud industry as well as GPU AAS startups, which are also providing tailwinds to demand, end quote. NVIDIA is set to report earnings Tuesday. Kumar has an overweight weighting of the stock and a price target of $620, implying an upside of 25%. Whew. Upside of 25%. Price target of $620. Boy, if Joe Donut is out there right now. I hope he's here. I hope he's listening right now, because we talked about this in December or March or something. 620, baby, way up here. This is Piper Sandler's expectation. Do I think that's today or tomorrow or next week or their earnings? I doubt it. We'll just do PS for Piper Sandler. PS claiming we're going all the way up here. Pretty big move, right? Do I think that's like end of year? Probably not. It's possible. Probably not. Now, Nvidia is expecting a 6.8% move into their ER. Oh, yeah, spoos, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, spoos. Give me that money. Give me that money, baby. Look, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just added at 20 cents. I had fucking 43 cents and 20 cents. So I'm green right now. Okay, so NVDA. They have an expected move of 6.8%. Yeah, that's 7%. 6.8% for November 24th. They're expiring on November 24th. Right there. So there's an expectation here of an upside move. Right there. We have an expected 6.8% downside move. And that's just down to, hold on here. Let's get rid of that now. There's a downside expectation down here. Now let's take a look at velocity in Nvidia. And let's take a look at it. So right down here, this velocity down here, you can see previous examples of it hitting 25, 50, right? No problemo. Velocity is only at 15 right now, so the expectation is that it's going to go up more. So I'm bullish into their earnings. I'm very bullish into I'm actually very bullish into Nvidia's earnings. So today, what are we going to expect into Tuesday? I'm going to expect, you ready for it? Whoop, right up there. Tag this previous high. Come back down into Tuesday. There. Target that right there. So I am bullish into their ER. Just a heads up that I am bullish here on NVDA. Actually, I think they go higher. I got to find out where I think that goes. Hold on a second here. Whoopsie daisy. Holy shit. Right there. We're going to see what happens right there. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, Spooze. So right here. Squeeze up, get the new high. Price target 506.55, and then price target 525, possibly 530 into their earnings. So that's what I got there for NVDA. Bullish. I'm bullish on Nvidia. Bam Bam. Do I think your Nvidia is going up here to Piper Sandler on Tuesday? Get the fuck on out of here. No. You got a lot of work here. I think this is going to be an end of the year, take the money and run, get your Christmas bonus, come back down in the spring, and then you'll see your 620 or whatever down the road. Matter of fact, it hasn't flipped yet to bullish, so but I am bullish on this into Tuesday. What else should I do? Okay, we're gonna do well, before I get to some other stuff, I want to do one other thing here with you. We're gonna talk about the VIX really quick. And we're gonna look at the VIX here. And we're gonna murder the VIX into Friday, right? Talk to you about that. And what I want to talk to you about on VIX here, the important thing about VIX here is I want to show you is that where is it? Wrong place. Is that what chart am I on here? On here. April 23rd. This is what I want to show you right here. Where is it? I want to show you. I want you at home, okay? On your own time, not me, but I want you to. We can do this. You ready? We can actually do this. Hold on. Is it bar pattern? I think it's this one. So I want you to pay attention to this. Earlier in the broadcast, I talked to you about the VIX, and I talked to you about March, right? March 23rd of this year, where price doesn't head lower, right? I said to you, if price just grind sideways and down, because everybody's like, hey, the VIX, man, it's so low, it's gonna squeeze, right? I want you to remember this pattern over here. And I want you to think about even if the VIX comes up, right? The market doesn't necessarily need to go down in any meaningful way, and the VIX can go up there. You see it? So that VIX can go up. So if you're like, hey, the VIX, man, the VIX is a problem, right? I want you to know that the VIX can easily get sold to the depths of hell, right? Squeeze up with no price decline that you're expecting. Hey, why is the VIX going up and the market's just going sideways or grinding higher? I'll tell you why. It's because we're going up to retest that previous high from summer in 4,800. So I want you to be wary of anyone out there telling you that the VIX. I'm only up a few pennies. But I want you to be. I guess my point behind the VIX is, whenever you're looking at, my point to you would be. This man's staring at the camera. My point to you would be that the VIX is low, and the VIX can or should go up from here. But I would temper your expectations on the VIX being the indicator to be looking at in terms of price. If the market rotates right for 2-3 weeks, even longer into December, but there's no appreciative decline, yet you see the VIX, like blast off, rip higher. Right, and then it rejects off that previous high and starts to come back down, and you start to see SPOOs heading higher. You're going to be like holding your dick in your hand, right, and being like, "Fuck, like, why didn't this happen for me?" So I want you to, on your own at home, I want you to go back and look at the price action in late March, it was March 23rd, somewhere in there, and then I also want you to check out the. I also want you to check out our look for. I want you to check out our look for. That price action in relation to the VIX, it being the end of the year, knowing that CTAs are looking to get some window dressing, knowing that right now the price of everything, you guys have to understand, CTAs were not in this run. So like, here, let me explain this better. So, hold on, let's look at something here, okay? This is SPY right here, okay? On a 30-minute chart, okay? I want to show. Let's look at a daily chart. So I want you to know something, okay? I want you to realize something, okay? You guys ready? CTAs were not buyers down here. CTAs were not buyers. And they are now, okay? So they need to make their money. My point to you is that they need to make their money. Does that make any sense? So they missed all this run over here. And they're late to the party. I want to give you another example of this. They were late to the party here, too. They got late to the party. They got late to the party back here, too. And you know what they did? They got in September, October, and they drove this shit up again. They got in like right here. If I remember this correctly, they got in right here and they slammed this thing up again. So if you don't think that we can slam this up, have a little pullback, get that window dressing up there. If you don't think we can get up there and do that, you could be sorely mistaken. So end of the year, like all that end of the year shit. I'd be really, really, really careful and scared. Not scared. If you're a seller, I'd be like on your toes, man. If you're a seller, just the end of this year. If they're out there and they're trying to get their money, right? They didn't participate, right? Can you imagine being like some schmuck? You imagine being some schmuck and you didn't get to participate? You didn't get your participation award for October? You didn't get your participation award in December? Remember December of 2022 we're supposed to crash? Remember that shit? Remember we were consolidating and driving sideways, then we ripped? They didn't get to participate in that one, did they? They didn't get to participate in March, did they? So just be wary of these fuckers, right? These fuckers, man, they like have to go home with their trophy. They have to go home in like it's kind of like it's like a fraternity. Uh-oh, SPX coming in to test its previous high right now. Here go. Do we get the previous high right now on SPX? Let's see it, or let's see if we can get that previous high up here. So, like, if I'd relate the CTA, I'd relate the CTAs like, if I had to relate this to CTAs, I would say if you were in a fraternity or a sorority, and you know how like 70% of those guys are smart as fuck, and then 30% are regarded. And you have to like give them the books with all the tests, and you have to like beat them up and fucking haze their asses so that they do their actual work. Then if you know who those people are, if you've ever been a part of or anything like that, right? Then I want you to know that CTAs are like that. And so, like, you know, like they get the participant, like, I got my A. Did you get your A? No? Okay, we got to make sure you get your A so you can stay in the fraternity. So these guys will have to get their A for the gold star end of the year, you know, get their bonuses. Damn it, no matter what. So be really aware if you're a seller, man. We can get the VIX up and not go down, is my point. We can get the price to go up of the market and grind. We can get the price. We can actually get the market to go up into that 4,800, believe it or not. And you'll actually see the VIX follow with it because it's unexpected. So be really careful of the craziness that can happen at the end of the year. When I was on Twitter this morning, people were telling me, people were saying things like, yesterday, people were like, I got DMs from people that I talked to, and they're like, can we really go to 4,800? And I was like, yeah, it's possible. And there were people that are saying things like, that can't happen. And I was like, I was like, this guy's got to be in the market for like 3 to 5 years. I'm like, we can go like up 100 points in the last day of the year. We can go up 300 points in 5 fucking days. Like, they pull some really funky ass shit. Like, you know, those seek and destroy. So just if you were to tell me this in like first week of January, like, I'm fucking bearish, I'd be like, yeah, me too. But like where we are, November, December, maybe put some more time on that shit. Like, if you want to get bearish, if you told me I'm bearish here, I'd be like, well, what do you got for a date? I'd be like, do you have February or April? If they said yeah, I'd be like, fuck yeah, you're good to go. But if you're like, next week we're gonna crash, I'd be like, well, I don't know, man. Maybe. But I'd be very tactful. And I'd be very like, you know how like bulls have shit on them, like they gotta do this and they gotta do that and they gotta do this and bears gotta do this and bears gotta do that. Right now, for a bear, the only reason, like, if it was any other time of the year, I'd say, well, not any other time, like some certain times of the year, I'd be like, yeah, they're fucking right. Right now, where we are, if they grind us sideways into the end of the year and then pull this bullshit squeeze up into the end of the year, you're going to be left with holding your own dick, right? So just be tactful. Be patient. Have time on your shit. Put back spreads or your best friend, any of that kind of stuff. Or if you're not tactful, at least be more time, or like, is the timing right? How do I know that they're in or not? I get a report every morning and every night from like a black box stuff from a Bloomberg terminal. So I've got a stuff that's sent to me every morning and night. Now, this is coming out of GS right now, so you guys, I'm going to cut and paste it for you. You guys want to see it? Hold on here. You guys want to see the note so you can see it? Hang tight here. I'm gonna read this to you. Well, let me read this to you first. I can snip this for you and just get it to you. Can I show you guys this maybe? Where the fuck is that that snipping thing? There we go. Think tight here. I move this over here. There we go. You can read this if you want at home. But I draw your attention to, this is from this morning, by the way, not yesterday. So just right here, just so you can see it right there. You can read that for yourself at home. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for here, too. I'm with you on that springboard. Looking for that check. We got the SPY doesn't have the, they got this one. I guess you could count that one. I want to see this one right here. I want to see, you guys know how we do this over here, right? Come up here, back down, test that one. Get right there. Come back down. And that one right there. You want to see what I'm looking for here? Someone else just said in chat. We spent a ton of time teaching you guys how to do this stuff, but you guys, it seems like people in the chat already know what we're looking for here. So you're looking for the squeeze up, down, and you're looking for new highs all along the way. So you got your first high right here. So your first high was this one right here. That was your first break, right? Up, slam, up again. Now you want to see a successful. So you don't want to see this fail right here. Let me draw it down below here. You want to see this hold right here. This is the confirmation for continued upside move. If you look at the bottom down there, you want to see this hold right here. But if it holds, it's gonna fucking rip. You're just waiting patiently right here. Is that right there is that one? That one right there. A little bit higher right there is what I want to see. I don't want to see the failure. And this one I think I'm good with right there. Well, the CTAs suck. But there's a caveat to the CTAs sucking. When they do get in, it like extends a rally. Do you understand my point with that? So it's a hard thing to say. Like the CTAs suck. We've talked about them in the show. I've actually shown you when they. So here, let me pull this out for you really quick. So if you guys on your own, right? See that book right there? Grab that. You guys need to get this book. If you haven't gotten this book, get this fucking book at home, okay? Right there. Get that book right there, okay? Now, there's other books in the series, but the reason you should get that book is because the reason you guys should be getting that book is because it's a long fucking conversation. Like it's not a now conversation. Back in the day, right? Banks were very passive investors in the stock market. They were like very passive. Okay. A way to talk about this would be. Let me go back to the main screen so you guys can. What I don't want. Let me put what I don't want to see. I don't want to see that. Well, what I don't want to see is a failure here, because we got the new high back here. We got the new high for this stuff in here, so we're good right now. We're check marking that. What I don't want to see is any kind of break down below. So okay, so banks used to be very passive investors, okay? And in the 80s and 90s, if like guys were getting to be like 50, 60 years old, right? Let's say I'm the main investor for a big bank, right? Big prime bank. And I go out on my own and I start a hedge fund, right? And I have all these connections and friends and longtime people that trust me. And I leave Wells Fargo, or I leave Bofa these nuts, right? And I start a hedge fund, and I spin this story to prime bankers. I'm like, hey, look, I already know that you can't take all this risk, so I'll do it. I'm one of your best traders. I've been with you for 40 years, right? I'm a badass. So they started to create these hedge funds to take on risk, right? And so these hedge funds, and then individual wealthy people as well, put risk on in the market. Like, we're talking about real size here. And these guys, women, men, mostly men, but men and women, they've got more risky. And these banks will fund these guys, or were funding in the background quietly. I'll back you in the background. You put the risk on. It's not going to destroy my bank. And you guys can be the first ones in the marketplace, right? So if you read that book there, it tells you who enters first. My point to this in that book is they tell you who enters the market first, and they tell you who's late to the party. They talk about who comes in late to the party, that kind of stuff. So even though CTAs suck, even though they enter the market late usually in a bull run, they are still usually like, it's almost like a forced buying of the market for the market to go higher. Does that make sense? So if these assholes if these big banks are like big elephants coming through, and they have to like show gains for the year, for the quarter, for the year, all that kind of stuff, you kind of have to be like, hey, the market should roll here, and it doesn't, and it ends up squeezing up even more, right? That late cycle of a bull run, there's that last thrust to the upside. So just beware, just be conscious of it. You should read that book if you haven't, because it tells you these things, things about this, or relatable things to CTAs inside that book. So if you have the chance, go back there or go read that book, and you'll understand my point here. And there are many examples of this in the past as well. Many examples of them entering late and not getting fucked. They'd all be bankrupt right now if that was the case. So it's almost like forced. It's almost like forced price action to the upside. Not for the right reasons, no. For all the wrong fucking reasons, right? It's all about greed. Yeah, and the same thing goes for selling too, right? Same thing goes for when you have real money selling in the market. There's nothing that the options market controls like 10% of the market, right? So, like all your gamma gets thrown out the window, right? When you guys ever see when your gamma gets thrown out the window, and you're like, what the fuck is this? That's real money selling. Same thing in the inverse on real money buying. So if you see these guys buying, right, they will run over your fucking gamma models on both sides. So when the big boys step in, they do run the market. Then you can like literally take your gamma, rip it up into pieces, and this is up and down, and just throw that shit in the trash. Because when they step in, they actually do move markets. Well, you got like 25% of the market as retailers to 35%. Then you got like 25 to 35% of the market as banks. Then you got another like percentage of that is like mid-sized and big investors, big fish, stuff like that. And you got like, so you have like all these different entities. We already know retailers are generally bullish. We have all these different forces in the market that sometimes are important and sometimes are not. So if I'm a bank and I'm not making any moves, right? If I'm just sitting on my hands, the options gamma takes over, right? Doesn't matter if they're selling or not buying. It's like if I'm a major market mover, right? So if I'm a major market mover and I'm not buying or selling, like I'm a Wells Fargo, Bofa, Morgan Stanley, any of these guys, and if they're not buying or selling, That's when gamma takes over and starts to move the market, right? Let's say they start selling, and then retailers start selling. They get scared, right? Sentiment's important, right? So you get like real money selling, then you get the sentiment selling, and that just becomes like a waterfall cascade to the downside, and it can also become a waterfall cascade to the upside. It works on both ends. So let me bring this up so you can see it better. So be careful of that, is my point. Be careful of that if you're a seller here. That if these fucks are out there buying, they could drive this market up, and you're saying this isn't rational. Why is it going up right now? We have every reason to go down. Even just market breadth is a good reason for us to go down, and they start fucking squeezing us up and up and up. You're gonna be fucked, right? So just be careful end of this year, man. Be careful with these guys. You know. And when they own all the bags, guess what they sell into? You. Once they've got them all, they just start selling into you. They start telling you that we're going to the moon. You'll start seeing CNBC coming out end of the year telling you bullshit like, I don't know, RK is going to go up some more. Keep buying. Or not, RK is not a good one. My favorite one was ARKG. CNBC was like, ARKG's got lots of legs. Take your money to RK, go to ARKG. They fucking sold ARKG down to the depths of hell. Okay. Made you bag hold all that shit. That was a couple years ago. That was like 2-3 years ago, but it was hilarious to watch that on the news. I was like, these fucking guys own all these fucking bags. They're selling into all these late retailers getting into the market here. Not a theory. This is not a theory. This is fact. What I'm talking about right now is not Captain Jim's like personal, just make this shit up or stuff like that. Good point, though. Yeah, right now, the thing that I was looking for here. All right, let me see if I can show you guys this. So, black baby. Okay. No. All right, fuck you then. Okay. So, do you want to know if we're bullish or bearish here? I'll tell you. Well, it's not every time, but 70% of the time. So here's some price action here. You guys want to see this? So get rid of all this price action here. And none of this happened yet. And none of that happened yet. Okay. We don't know what's happened. Okay. We're just right there. Okay. None of this is here. It's all gone. All this shit's gone. Okay. You were looking for. See these previous highs right here. Right. Previous high. New low. Went down. Right. Found buyers. Back up here. What you're looking for is more rejection down here. Not having that rejection, bulls were looking for to take out this previous high right here, and they did. So bulls took that previous high out. Then they took this previous high out right here. So you knocked that one out. You knocked that one out. So all you're doing right now is then coming down to check that 1 minute trigger, which is right here. And the implication would be that we should go up. Okay. Now, if we failed this high right here, right? We failed it right there, right? The expectation would go down, right? We didn't. We went up. So we broke through this one right here, right? So the idea would be that this will hold, and we beat this one. So the next one above is up here on the left-hand side. So the expectation up here would be 451 flat. Now, I don't know if that means end of day. I don't know if that's just like this takes till 4 o'clock to get to, but the expectation would be that we go up there. Just like the expectation that we would roll here. We didn't. We went up. But if the expectation we would roll down there due to these previous low, we didn't, right? We broke up higher. So I'm sure there's a bear out there that's hurting right now. There's someone short right now. It's getting pain. So we'll see if this thing pushes up. Now, if this reverses back to the downside, starts heading lower, gets underneath here, and that this reverses, you get your double, you get your, if we fail this one right here, I'll change my stance back to bearish. So right over here. If there is a rejection here and you see price reverse and we start to see something like that, I will get more bearish. So if you start to see price reject here, it's like a big red bar down here, and then it comes back up and starts to reject off this, I'll get bearish with you. No. So right now you've got two things going on. You've got so just so you know, dealers right now are long SPX, okay? Dealers are long SPX and CTAs are buying SPX. So you have an amplified move to the upside right now. That's why we have a squeeze going on right now. That's why we have the squeeze at this point. Hang tight here. I got something I got to do here in the background. Oh shit! I got to show you guys this. What did I want to show you guys? I guess I'm not gonna be able to show you guys that. I already deleted it. I was gonna show you guys what. Maybe I'll bring it back up. Hold on. Give me a second here. Let's see if I can go through this and read this to you. Make this simpler here. Someone was saying something. I want to tell them about delta hedging. Anyways, so dealers are long calls here and they're short puts in SPX. Dealers have no interest in taking on directional risk. I think you should already know that. You probably do. So they take dynamic positioning in the underlying that has to be adjusted frequently as the market moves around. Simple delta hedging example: investors buy a put from a dealer. Dealers long the market via writing a put and hedges that risk by selling the underlying. If the market goes down, the investor's put increases in value. The dealer has to sell in the underlying. If the market goes up, however, the dealer has to buy back the underlying. So if the market goes up, you have to buy back the underlying. That's why we're in a short gamma regime right now. Oh no, we're not in a short. We're a long gamma regime right now. Well, no, we're short. Yeah, we're short gamma, but can make the move at the market. God damn, like my word salading this right now. It's like short gamma, but to the long side and the down, not the short side. It's a fucking hard thing to. I'm trying to put this into words, and I'm like, how do I explain this? Gamma flip. Hold on, you guys want to see the gamma flip? Hold on, show it to you guys right here. Hang tight. Give me one quick second here. Let me go over to the trigger screen here. What are we doing? Load layout. We want to do what? Gamma, baby. We want to do gamma. And we're going to load some gamma, today's numbers in. Hold on here. Oh, yeah. So you guys want the gamma flip? 4450. We're at 76. Remember we talked about the 76 million last time we talked? I said, hey, the 76 is your next target up here. Your next target is 4555 right here. And then above that, your next, you have a minor one right here. You have a minor. Big node right here. Big node right here. And right now, we're just slamming into this 76 million node. Like bash, 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 bash. Get above. Hold on, I got to delete all that because it's offset now. Bash, bash, bash. And try to get up there and squeeze up there and grab that. Right? 45. Yeah, it's 45.50. Gamma flip. 4450 right now. 4450. Next target. Right. It's your next target right there. You guys want that for home? You can snip this for yourself. Yeah, let me see. Should I make it bigger? I don't know. You guys can see that. Gamma flip is right here. Market very supportive right now. You're buying the calls, baby. You're welcome. No worries. I got you guys. All right, we're done with that for now. Oh, shit. I just deleted that one. I just deleted the Nvidia thing. Nvidia. Hold on here. Oh, well, let me go back over to the main screen here for you first. Start. All these horse traders in here. Look at him in here. You could just look at him. Look at him on like Bookmap just selling into it. Look at that big fat red bar up there. Some fat bastard wants to go up there. Look at that big red bar to the upside on I gotta get rid of this stuff. Options. I want to show you guys one other thing for NVDA. The one last thing we're going to look at really quick is what the fuck is that? Oh, right here. We're going to look at this. Cap screen. Okay, so right here. Close that shit up. I want you guys to pay attention to my cursor right here, okay? This right here. Pay attention to that right there. And up, right? August, up. May, up. February, up. Down, but still upward trend, November. August, we had the quick rip to the upside and then sell it down, right? A little bit of selling down and then up over here. Nvidia tends to, looks like it stays on trend, doesn't it? Trend to the downside, trend to the upside. Trend to the upside, trend to the upside. Hit a pretty big pivotal moment over here, and then they rolled it, okay? It's like major resistance over here. But a pretty much stayed on trend. Same thing, March up, February down, but staying on trend. See, November up, hit a price target, then started to roll. Okay, this is November of 2021. November of 2022. Right in here, stayed on trend. So if there was one thing to take away from Nvidia or NVDA, it would be expect trend to stay. Expect us to stay on trend for NVDA. I wouldn't expect it to be like Tesla, right, where they sell the news and then we come back and trade it, that kind of stuff. So NVDA expect historically, at least from previous earnings reports, if Nvidia is going up, expect it to go up. If it's going down, expect it to continue to the downside, and expect it to respect major ceilings or major supply zones. I should rephrase that. Oh, these bears are gonna get fucked here. These bears. Pay attention to this one right here too. You want to see us get above that one right there too. They're really trying here, right? I want to park this bitch right into the close. I'm like green, red, green, red. Now I'm down 7 cents right now. $0.09 I'm down right now. I'm going to read something to you right here. We're going to talk about Mike Burry. Mike Burry famously shorted subprime mortgages during the 2008 financial crisis, then got the movie Big Short made after him. Was just wrong in a big way. Back in August, we covered Burry's $1.6 billion short position in the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. Well, he was wrong, very wrong. This week, Burry closed this short position for an estimated loss of 40%. Fuck. This time, he's shorting semiconductors. Oh, boy. We're going to talk about this, too. We're going to talk semiconductors because you got Piper Sandler out there saying no, right? We got hold on a second here. Burry's fund signed Capital's newest position, shorting 100,000 shares of BlackRock's semiconductor ETF. Sucks. These 100,000 shares have a notional value of $47.4 million, and it's betting against the iShare Semiconductor ETF, SOXX. Excuse me. Some of the companies that are involved in SOXX, if you don't know, is NVDA, AMD, INTC, TSM, all the usual suspects. So we're going to take a look at this ETF next. So we're going to look at SOXX and the Michael Burry short. And we're going to take a quick look at that one right now. So we're going to look at SOXX. I'm going to take a look at this one. This one's all over the place. Dude, why the... I got to say something about Michael Burry. I got to say something about him. Somebody, if any of you know Michael Burry, my bro. You guys know my bro back there. That one. That guy right there. If you guys know that guy right there, he should just shut the fuck up and get off Twitter. Like, just get the fuck off Twitter. Like, I don't know why the fuck he's out there telling people he's short. I kind of understand. He's early. What he wants to do, or I'm assuming here that he has enough money that he's looking for this maybe. Maybe he can take that right there, but I'll tell you what. What is that? That's 531. High probability we go up there. And there's a high probability that whatever we. Uh-oh, hold on. We got some rate stuff coming out right now. Like, can he absorb that, I guess would be the question. Why not just short it once it starts to roll? I don't get that. Or break below the hourly trigger. I don't understand. I don't understand what he's doing. It's velocity is not bad right now. Velocity still has more room to run. I'm gonna go with Burry is wrong for right now. He could be right down the road, but let's look at it on a daily chart and see if he's seeing something. Yeah. No. Man, I'll tell you what. Dude. This fucking thing. That's the wrong way to look at it. This fucking thing is likely going up there. And that fucking thing is likely going up there. And then maybe you get the roll. Maybe. Maybe you get that. I'm not seeing. We're in accumulation on a quarterly basis. We're at zero line, and we still haven't even accumulated semiconductors here. Just starting the ramp on the weekly to the upside. I don't know where the fuck he's coming from right now. Daily's just coming up. I'm gonna go against Michael Burry on this. I don't know why he's on that trade. Does he know something that we don't know? I'd be very. I don't know why the fuck he's doing that. I don't know what he's doing. No, Michael Burry. I don't know why that short's on. Dude, he just lost what? $12 billion or $18 billion or something insane like that. Like, I don't know. Give me that squeeze, baby. Give me that fucking squeeze, dude. Michael Burry. He's just got fucking social media. Put the fucking short on. Don't tell anybody. Like the first thing is he's got dealers that are gonna fucking fuck with. Like dealers are gonna take the opposite side of the trade, right? Delta neutral. Then you got all these other assholes. Retailers are gonna jump on the same trade with him. So he's gonna get delta hedged again. He should just shut up publicly. Yeah, that's a possibility too. But he went public about it. It looks like so. I could see that. Yes. So who just said that? Career Low just said that. Career Low. There is that possibility. That is definitely possible that he is long the underlying, and he's actually hedging a position. That is a possibility. If nobody's said that, or if he hasn't divulged that, that is very fucking true. But if I don't understand why he'd just be short Sox right here because nothing says that he should be. Sox is very bullish here. No, I think Career Low probably has the most rational explanation for why he's short would be that he's long the underlying. That's the only thing that I could think of. That would be it. And that last thing $40 billion, that 40% loss, the $1.6 billion short position that he had in the NASDAQ 100. That question, Career Low, that question was raised as well on that last short that he had. People said, we don't know if he's long the underlying on that short. Yeah, it was 1.6 billion notional. Short position S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. I said NASDAQ, but it's one. He was on the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500. He closed it this weekend. As a matter of fact, though, you guys want a link to it? Here, let me give you guys a link real
It's
quick.
in 5 minutes time now at the bottom of the hour. Do you see the release of the, sorry, this is at the top of the hour, so at 1 p.m. Eastern time.
I
Do you
got
see the
something
release
cool
of
for
the
you
US
guys. You guys
Baker
want
Hughes
something
rig
cool?
count data? So the oil rigs saw a
Hang tighter. I
prior
got
of
something cool. I got a cool link.
494.
I got a cool
Total
rabbit hole
rigs
for
a
you.
prior of 616.
Career low. I wish I wasn't. I know it's like when you got it's like when I'm like I always talk about like well I don't talk about on stream I talk about other people but I'm like I don't know if you see me trade like I don't know $500 or $3,000 in SPY zero dates I'm like well, did I just burned that I'm like well did you follow me on the spread trade for 20 or 30 grand they're like no. Just follow me in the $13,000 SPY trade for call spreads. No. Okay. Well, what did you follow me on? Well, just zero dates, Cap. What else did you do? Rolled them into another position. Then I doubled down and tripled down until it fucking burned. How much money do you have? $1,000, Cap. I'm like, okay, so you're trading with your whole account here? So Kurillo is like making a very fair point. Like, what is he long or what is he short while he's long, while he's short? How much money is he doing elsewhere? Did I post that for you guys in YouTube? Let me post this in YouTube. I'll post this for you guys. Want a cool rabbit hole? I got a cool rabbit hole for you. Think tight here. You're on YouTube. I just posted this in Twitch stream. You want to get on the rabbit hole on Skyon. Posted that link for you in YouTube. So if you want to look at Mike Burry's data, there's your there's probably the best link you can look at right now. You can see. Let me read some of your comments right now. You can see Burry Thanksgiving only because global situation so evolved. No one wants to hold 4 or 5 day holiday weekend. So self maybe. Yeah, I'm not necessarily bearish, but I'm looking for a dip to buy. I'm looking for that dip buy down below, or if we can get above this this call wall, then I'll just buy it and we'll start running. So it's one or the other. Either we break above that call wall and we start running higher, or you're looking for a dip to the downside to buy. So right now we're below it. So if you and none of this price action to me matters today. Like this price action for today doesn't really mean as much to me. And then you've also someone made a point that they don't hold over Thanksgiving. Then you also have this other problem too. The other like fly in the ointment is end of month or beginning of the month flows haven't come into the market yet, so that stuff might not come in until the first week of November. So you got like this week, next week, another week of like garbage shit. 2-3 weeks of sideways and up and down, and then the actual move up for the end of the quarter. Yeah, no, I agree, Krillo. Yeah, I agree. He could definitely be long convex call options right now. I just gave you the link to show you what he's long in the market. I just showed it to you.
So we're shortly expecting the results for the US at Baker Hughes rig count. It can be slightly delayed. Once released, though, I'll lead with the oil rig count.
Should we talk about CL? You guys want any interest in looking at oil? I've heard whispers, everybody getting excited about oil. I could talk about that next. XBI I haven't done yet. I can do XBI next. Put your seatbelts on, bulls. Put your seatbelts on here. VIX is on the move to the upside right now. HYG is doing that climb to where it wants to just roll over. Dixie's getting murdered right now. Apple just making a decision here. Tesla squeezing right now. NASDAQ looking bullish in the short term, like in a small time frame here, but it's looking pretty bear. It's getting that bear flag going. It's getting that bear flag going. Probably Monday you'll see that come in. Nah, SP will move without. I've seen Apple go down and the market go up. I've seen Apple go to the fucking moon and watch S&P burn too. That's all, dude. I'm gonna say something to you right now. Who just said that? Somebody just said something out. I'm gonna tell you guys something secret here, okay? Tell you, gather around close to your TV. Stock market is a fucking lie, okay? The price. Tell you what. Let me tell you something. Fucking Apple could be $300 today, and if they don't want that goddamn price S&P 500 to go up, they fucking won't. If they are not going to get burned. Like I've come to a point in my life where, to me, price is fucking fake. Your order book is a fucking scam. Like, we use it. So they're the only things we can use, right? So it's there. We use it, but dude, that shit can be wrong. Like these fucking guys, I'm telling you, man, fucking scumbags. There's like too many little windows. I don't believe it anymore. Like fucking Apple, like if a bank was long fucking S&P 500 and Apple was burning to the depths of hell, they would fucking keep S&P 500 up. I shit you not. They are fucking pure scum.
Use oil rigs 500, 500. Total rigs 618, 618. So again, oil rigs there climbing by 6 rigs to 500. A total rigs climbing 2 rigs to 618.
Yeah, I want you to know there's two aspects to this. Like there's the one about the one thing that fits. The thing that scares me the most is AI. AI, the software that runs the market is not what scares me. What scares me is people talked about 1987 crash, right? A few weeks ago, a month ago, someone was saying we're going to get a 1987 style crash. And I was like, nah, you're not going to get that crash. And to me, the crash in 87 was computing, software, and hardware. The greatest. I was like, you think it's an 87 style crash because of what? When they gave the reasons to me, I was like, no. It was because of a fucking glitch. If you want to see that 1987 style crash this time, it's probably going to be AI because they are using it. They've admitted to it. Matter of fact, they've admitted to it for. Matter of fact, the Fed's been using AI since I think 2016, maybe. Don't quote me on that year. It was either 12 or 16. I actually went back a few weeks ago and looked it up again, and then they're doing more of it this past year. But the Fed's been talking about. But banks started showing this that they've been doing it as of late, and they're full board right now. Like banks are like full board in AI. They're like, oh no, it still needs the human interaction still needs the human element for us to have that kind of crash. But I am afraid of that. I'm more afraid of AI than software. No, I guess that is still software, but I guess maybe you're right. Maybe you are fucking right. You said software. Refine it and say AI. That's probably the one big danger. General AI. No, not written language AI. I'll show you. I'm gonna write that stuff down. I'll show you this stuff on. I'll show you this stuff on what they've released publicly. Like what we know publicly from them. Fucking the Fed dude came out in June or March of this year, and they admitted that they actually outlined how they use AI with social media. They're watching. If you don't know this, it's public knowledge. They've publicly said it that they are paying attention to social media, and they're not dredging social media, but looking for specific. They're looking for how you and I speak, and then how a financial advisor, the lingo that you use, kind of tells if you're a professional or a retailer, and so they get sentiment from Twitter and other places, and and then they actually tailor Fed policy but based on what professionals and amateurs think, feel, or they don't necessarily say we're going to make policy to what these people think, but they do use that. That does bear upon how they implement policy. That's very. The thing you don't know is if they're how much are they using AI right now for that decision. Like, I'm going to assume the Fed's not using it on like rate decisions, but it would not shock me if it came public that they were being used in yields, so and their auctions and stuff like that. It wouldn't shock me. I wouldn't like if they came out like 2 years or 3 years and said they were making all these decisions for us. I wouldn't be like, oh, that's shocked at that. So none of that shit shocks me. They did not have market halts back in 1987. You're absolutely right. They had to actually make a market. They were actually on the phone trying to make a market. Not on the phone, bunch of phones trying to make a market rather than having those stops in place. 100%. That is absolutely fucking true. They did not have AIs hallucinate. Yeah, my suspicion. So if you've got people, you see traders using learned language models for their own trading. So if you've got some dipshit doing it on YouTube or on Twitter or whatever, they're probably fucking around with this on a much larger scale in the background. So I don't fucking. They're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you that they're not using it to make for decision making until after the fact. They don't tell you as they're doing it, right? So I think they're doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I think you could kind of see it last year. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when volatility was being pushed? I'm not going to say who, but people were pushing like volatility as a investment product. I agree with some of those statements, but there was a lot of the market was doing a lot of if you look at the market on like a 3 or 5 year time frame, it's looking really sketchy. Like the market could become more volatile, more if this was like 5 years instead of this shit right here. We're seeing like, woo, yeah, baby. You know, that like losing almost like a death rattle in a vehicle. Like a death, they call them, I think it's called death roll or death rattle or something. It's when your front end suspension is going out and you'll hit a high rate of speed and the truck starts to shake and rattle and move left and right and stuff like that. And I think we've seen some of that the past few years. What I used to notice, the biggest thing that I noticed, it started how many years ago? I don't know. I started to notice 5 years ago. COVID's a weird thing. Like it was pre-COVID. I used to post this on Twitter. I used to say like if you watch the bottom screen on this broadcast, right? So back in the day, if the market was going up, it would like go up like this, real easy, you know? If the market was going down, go down pretty easy. You could like jump on, yeah, I got some puts, everything's awesome, right? Now though, what I notice is, let's say this is a 1 month period right here. And this is a 1 month period right here. And where you used to see action like this for that 1 month, now you see action like this. Even if we're going up, you see shit like this. going up, and instead of that, you see this, and it's become way more glaring, and that is high frequency trading. That is not just software, but likely trying to like capture every last intrinsic value out of everything that's out there. So there's like this max, like it's like maximize. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of it reminds me of fucking. It reminds me of the fucking of the mortgage crisis that we had. Right? Like you're getting as much juice as you can get out of mortgages. So then you package them AAA, and then you start to fudge the AAA packaging just to maximize and squeeze out every last fucking penny and dollar, or creating a market within a market. Right? So if you got the market where the market's going to go from, I don't know, $10 to $20, the better way to explain this would be, if the market used to go from like 10 to 20 and then pull back to 5 and then go, excuse me, pull back to 15, then go to 25, then pull back to 20, you know, like this normal up and down action, some fucking smart guy or woman or whatever was like, yeah, you know what we can do? We'll create a market within that market. We're not going to stop the price going from $10 to $15. We're going to do a whole bunch of shit in between $10 to $15 and build all these products inside of this stuff. So we can put like, it's very similar to repackaging mortgages, shitty mortgages. It's like, you know, I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but it's just like a market within a market within a market within a market. And they're fully participating because they got fucking they got AI, or they got HFTs. There's like, it's quants. I'm like, it's not quants. This is all computing. It was quants at one time. But this is pure computing at this point. I think there are still quants out there. I'm not discounting quants. I'm just saying that the lollipop is in the fucking mouth of AI. It presents itself like the lollipop is in someone else's fucking hand that's not human. In my experience, I don't know if this is your experience. I've been trading I used to be like 10 years. I think I've been trading 15 years now. So if you've been trading 10, 20 years, 30 years, have you noticed this or not? I notice it. And I've noticed it like increase over past 6 years mostly. Maybe 10 years. Glaring recently, but ETFs are the devil. I think what it means is they want you to play more by the I think there used to be a time. Boy, this is going to date me. So I think there was a time. How I noticed this is I was a member of Wall Street Bets at the start. There was a lot of arbitrage that you could do. You can still do that arbitrage, but not like you used to be able to do it. And I think that's the glaring. I think that's how I see it. Is that you've got? I used to be able to see more arbitrage than I do. I can still see it, not as well as I used to, and the opportunity for it is rarer than it once was. You'd see more like stability in markets, and then you'd see something off the wall happen. You knew it was going to happen. What I see these days, oftentimes, is it'll happen but they save it. It's like there's a computer program out there that knows we have to do this, but we're going to do it when they're not paying attention, right? So you're like, this is when I would normally expect this to happen, and then now it's going to happen, but it's not going to happen when you're expecting it to happen. Oh yeah, baby. I'm going to take some money off here at some point. I still think we go up into that red bar on Bookmap up here into the close, but they're going to eat the fuck out of these options into the close. So up here, I'm going to probably take some money off coming in soon here. Take a look at this here. Get a little bit more bird's eye view here and see what's going on. Yeah, right there, baby. I still think we go above, but I'm going to be looking to take some money off. Because I was like
Shortly
down, then I had
expecting
to
the results
fucking
of the
add some
Federal
goddamn
Treasury
calls. And
Corporation.
hang tight here, guys. This is the second time. We're at 35 cents just about an hour ago. We're now back to 34 cents right now. So just as we come up in here, I'm probably going to take some money off as we come up into this supply up here. Want to see a squeeze up there? Remember that yellow bar that I have up here? See that yellow bar, that target that we had from earlier? Right there. And this here is this right here is this movement right here. So this movement hasn't happened yet. So this is that movement. I'm going to expect a rejection on that. I expect like the squeeze up and then the rejection down. So just be aware of that. Now, if we hold above, if we come up here and
94
hold,
counterparties take 935.
and then get another squeeze, I'll take that trade right there. But I'm going to take some money off the table because I don't want to lose any money. Oh no, Phil.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market
Trying to sell right now
levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
I got 33 cents. Fucking flat. No, I missed 35 and 34. I'm flat right now. Too much sticking around all day long. So I originally bought this shit. Right here is where I originally bought. And then I added again at 20 cents, I think, right there. There or there I bought 20. I think it was this one. I bought that one and this one. No joy. Shitty Fridays. You think AI knows how to signal technical traders? They definitely pay attention to all of it. They pay attention to Elliott Wave. They pay attention to pay attention where everybody knows where supply and demand is. They track sentiment. Even hedge funds and quant firms do the same thing right now. Matter of fact, on this show, if you guys go back to when I first started streaming, I used to put a website called Twitterfall up. Like 3 years ago. I used to put Twitterfall up for you guys every once in a while. And I was able to track using Twitterfall. That data now costs $70,000 a month, but there was a time when you could get that data for free. And I was collecting sentiment and market sentiment from Twitter, and it would show like bearish sentiment, bullish sentiment, and you could correlate it to the stock market. So if that shit was free until I think this past late winter, February, March, April, something like that. So I'm sure they're still doing it. Yeah, it's Max Revolutions on Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Hey, Scott, I've got, if you go back over the weekend and watch the show, man, I went over most everything, brother. So remember when I got sick last couple weeks ago and I did a Friday show and gave it, hey, this is what to expect. I'm fucking dying over here. I think the last 2 Fridays I've done I've come off my normal stuff and just given you guys, hey, this is what's going to happen. And it happened. So same style program today, Scott. So if you can go back over the weekend, just go through it all and take some notes and stuff. You should be good to go for the next. You should be good to go into the first of the year. And then the if this, then that kind of stuff is all wrapped up in all that. You know, if you really want to get into this too, career low. Do you ever talk to David AMS? David is on the hunt right now, trying to decipher all of these algorithms, and he's doing a great fucking job. He's doing an amazing fucking job. I should have fucking stayed long there. I was thinking about it. I was like, maybe just stay long and fucking take money. Nice reversal. The upside, big tweezer move, then big tweezer reversal, trying to break through. Smash and bash here. HYG bullish as fuck. VIX getting rolled right now. Dixie getting rolled right now. NASDAQ pushing. Tesla pushing right now. You know, I posted this on Twitter. Hold on a second here. I got something for you guys. I doubt nobody reads shit that like some of the shit that I post, people are like, what does he mean? And I'm like, read more. Like, click through the goddamn links, all that kind of stuff. You got to watch the show. You got to be on you got to be in the Discord. You got to be on the show. You got to be on Twitter. You need it all. So, give me a second here. Let me see if I can bring this up and can't find it right now. Trying to read up on it right now. I'm looking for the fuck is his name? Richard Dryas, yeah. Here, give me a second here. This is Investopedia, and introduction to momentum trading. One of the big parts of this article here, I want you to look at. I want you to key in on this part right here at home. I'm going to send you a link to it right now. Investor herding. And I'm going to send you a link to this. This is a good rabbit hole for you. I got a good rabbit hole for you. And I got a bunch of good rabbit holes for you today. I posted this on Twitter last week. I doubt anybody fucking went down the rabbit hole in this. You should. It's important. It's a good explanation. It'd be a shame if this crashed. 4,500? 4,550 you mean, right? A couple links for you there. I just showed you it on my screen, what to look for. Go read through it. Coming into some major supply up here on SPOOs. Got another red bar up here, so keep your eyes on that bad boy right there. See my cursor up there? You got this supply node right here, another supply node above. Let's see if we can get through this one first. I should have stayed fucking long. My brain knew to stay long, and I didn't. My brain was telling me to stay long. I'm like, nah, fuck this. It's Friday. I got no business. I got no real business being in the market right now. It's more showing off than anything. Have better business being in the market next week or above that fucking node or down below. And I'm just dicking around with cash. It would be a shame if this crashed. I fucking love it, Primal. Oh yeah. I forgot about the when Jim. Oh, I forgot about my wife telling you I was sick. I forgot all about that when my wife turned off the fucking stream for me. I missed you guys. I haven't said that today. I want you guys to know I missed you. Yeah, I'm just degenerate gambling right now. I just want you guys to know I missed you. So I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate the concern for my health and well-being and that kind of stuff. Should I leave that up there? We don't need to see that right now, do we? What's that number right there? 45, baby. So this is the same place. This is that node, okay? So I want you to see this. So this is the node. It's the call wall here. Your next, you've got the minor node right here. And this is where your big node is up here. This is the one that I'm talking about. That 45.50. That's a dude, you go up there to that close. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. We go up to that one right there. I don't know if they're saving that for next week. Well, I'll tell you what. Fucking phone's going to be ringing. Up there, phone will ring up there. Ring. Mr. Burry. We need some maintenance, bro. Nice. Stretching Walls just said, but you stepping away allowed us to practice what you preach. The ones who listened did just fine without you ever got it. Fuck yeah. I love reading that, dude. Fucking A right. I love it. Well, some of you got the tool out there too, right? So you guys should be sharing that with each other. And guess what I did? I started making the videos. I haven't released them publicly. I still have some editing and stuff to do on them, but I did make I made about a third of the videos that need done at this point. I think I've got a total of 40 or 50 videos in total. So about like 10 or 12, maybe a little bit more, maybe like 15 videos in. But I've got a full, you know how people charge for classes and stuff out there? This is going to be a companion piece to the tool. So you guys are going to really like this. But I'll start posting them publicly here soon. They'll be released publicly, I think, and then they'll go private at some point, or maybe they'll be just released to the Discord or something like that. And I don't know how they get released. I shouldn't say definitely full on public. I think if you're like a member of our group, you'll get access to them. But I started recording them, so I've been recording videos. That's that other screen that you were looking at. I had to make some changes in some different scenes and stuff that explain from, dude, I was making videos like from this is TradingView, tradingview.com. Let's start a TradingView account from scratch. Like I started from like pretending that you don't know anything and started making videos past couple weeks and making these videos that are like, hey, like start here. Like this is square one. If you're like, oh, I already know everything about TradingView, just move on to square 5 or square 10. But if you're like abject, never done this, start at baseline 0. Go to 1, go to 2, go to 3, go to 4. So you at least have a bearing of what we're doing. So those will get released here soon. As soon as they get edited, you guys are going to get some really cool videos. So I can be like, hey, if this happens, then that happens in this. Works for both bears and bulls. And it works at a very, very high rate of win. So very extremely high rate of win. Trading that 1 minute trigger right now. Just keeps bouncing off. Come back down and test it one more time. See if we can get that last squeeze up here and grab this last little bit up here. They did sweep those Nvidia calls. I gotta be careful what I tell people, man. Like, I gotta a lot of shit that I'm like, I don't want to say like. I really would like to move. I gotta be honest with you guys. I'd really like to move away from like maybe still do some day trading. We talked about this recently about changing the format of the show. Like focus on day trading on trend days and stuff, but try to shift gears towards like a dedicated fucking portion of the show to, hey, this is where you long. Like I want you guys to become like I want you guys to get to a point where you're just like, you know, this day trading is fine, but I really want you guys to be like, hey, I bought that huge dip, or hey, I know the turn is coming on the like on the downside and on the upside. I put all my money into that, and then I'm going to dick around with you, Cap, and piss away $1,000 here and there. So, like, let's say you have $1,000. I really want to change the format of what we're doing and focus more on you growing that $1,000, and then you coming back into the stream to day trade. I don't know, let's say you make 20 grand. You and I go back in and we day trade that $1,000, not 20. Get what I'm saying?
An additional OPEC plus cut.
So I need to
1 million
take some of the focus off the day trading with you guys and like
reporting an additional OPEC plus cut of up to 1 million barrels per day could be on the table.
Put some focus on
a report from 3 supposed OPEC
major
plus
market
sources,
trend for you.
Consider whether to deepen oil output cuts at the next meeting on November 26th. FT reporting here an additional OPEC plus cut of up to 1 million barrels a day.
Yeah, if you guys look at the last 2 Fridays that I've done a show, last 2, I changed the format. Today I changed the format slightly, not as much as the last 2 Fridays, but definitely the first third of the show was, hey, this, that, all that stuff that you need for next week. So it'd be really nice to like, I've been writing down, so I've got this like, I've been writing a list of format changes, and I want to try to get towards sticking to so that you guys like have segments where like maybe like a screener comes up and says, hey, we're focused on this. Hey, we're focused on that. So if you're like, hey, I want that plan, and then, hey, let's fuck around with some day trading. And if we're in like a limit down, like a limit down 1 minute chart, like we're trending to the downside, we focus on that maybe for the day trading or up.
Looking into the piece then, Saudi Arabia prepares to prolong reductions into spring for oil production after price hits a 4-month low of around $77 a barrel. So again, FT reporting that Saudi Arabia is preparing to prolong oil production cuts into next year as OPEC Plus weighs further reductions in response to falling prices and rising anger over the Israel-Hamas war.
So we're coming in right now we're just closing out these gaps over here. I want you to see these 2 gaps here. So right down here. I want you to see this. Got 2 little gaps up here that need filled. Looks like they filled some of that. So they got a little bit more gappage to fill right there. That white line that you see right there is R1. And just so you know, R3 is at that 40, 45, 45. R3 is right up that red bar up there is R3. So yeah, we're gonna switch over to that. I'm wondering too if maybe it's easier for you guys if we somehow have a running, like, I don't know how to do this, like some kind of a running log of that trading style. Like I need to like have a log like, hey, captains and call spreads, captains and putback spreads, because that's the I think a lot of our viewership is like, it's not all of it, but I know a lot of our viewership is just day traders showing up to day trade. So I can't have people like, I don't want to be the casino. I don't mind being the casino like a little bit, but not the full like, hey, you're making your living off being in the casino. Like, can't do that. You can, but it's what you're getting in and I'm getting in, and you're getting out and I'm getting out at, or when you're listening to me speak and I'm fucking hitting the sell button and 15 seconds you're hitting the sell button on 0 to 8s and they're going from like 35 cents, 15 cents. So I'm like, you get it. I think you guys get it at this point. The tool. When are you getting the tool? We're close. I gotta talk to Joe and Quinn and see how close we are to launching it. And I've got another developer that says he can do a cheaper version of it. I haven't checked in with that guy. That guy was like, wrong. And I'm waiting on this one other guy. So I want to be able to offer the cheaper version to you guys of it. So not just the cheaper version. I'm trying to launch some kind of a free version, then like a mid-tiered version, and then right now we only have the expensive version. And I don't want to do. I'm not going to be like, here, you got to pay all this money for this fucking thing. I just got to check in with these guys and make sure. All right, I see that, Oxy. Where will it be posted? So what I really want here, you guys want to know what I want? Here's my conundrum. You guys want to know? I'll tell you. I'll fucking tell you because we don't have a fucking tool at this point. Number one, I want a tool that you guys can see for the major indexes on our website. Now, you can't manipulate it or anything like that, but you guys can just see it every day and be like, okay, I'm looking for this and I'm looking for that, right? And you got like the major indexes. Fair and simple. That should be like something that's like basically free, like $5-10. Like, you're supporting what we're doing, you're supporting the work that we're doing, the cost to us and all that kind of stuff. The second one would be where you can go to the website and actually put in any ticker you want and manipulate it any way that you want. Now, that can be very expensive. We're talking like $20,000-$30,000 a month. Very expensive for me to take that on. And then the last one, the most expensive one, is where you guys have the actual tool. And you can do what the fuck you want with it on your own. You don't need me. You don't need the website. You could be anywhere. You do it on TradingView. So just it's harder than it seems. I know it might maybe like, oh, this is so easy, but a lot of it has to do with the cost to me of development and cost of running it for you to consume. And I can lose my ass. You guys don't know a lot of this stuff. I've already spent like, I am up. So I have a bookkeeper and accountant. I keep the books on what this costs for me to do for you guys. And I am in the fucking hole, like 6 figures at this point. And I can't, like, if I launch this where it's at right now, what could happen to me? I don't talk about this publicly. I will, though. What could happen to me is if it doesn't get used, if it fails to get adoption, I could go in the hole for multiple 6 figures and crash and burn and have to shut it all down, and I am fucked. And you guys don't have what you need, so has to be. It's very precarious where we're at right now, and so that's where it's at. It's like very complicated. I don't want to talk about all of it here, but it's a lot of risk on my part for something that I don't need to do. I do it because I love you guys. I do it because I like fucking love retailers. Plain and goddamn simple. My macro view on you and I is that we're in a time right now where we're in a time right now where there's an opportunity for retailers to become a force in the market more than they have been in ever as a retailer. Now, for that to happen, I'm gonna get it from every side. I'm gonna get in trouble, and you are. And there's other people doing this too. So there's a war right now going on where retailers have too much, or not all retailers, but some retailers have it's all to do with the dissemination of information, the ease of it today, and it also has to do with the computing, being able to present very complex concepts in a very clean and simple or a very digestible format. So if you're young, okay, I want to tell you, if you're young, there's even more back to the day from this, but back in the day on the Yahoo message boards, everything that you see right now, everything that you consume right now, right, that you're consuming, you're a young trader, all this shit was passed around by retailers in the early days of the internet on message boards. Then it turned into Yahoo. But Yahoo was the one that always rings a bell for me, because guys would go on to Yahoo and be like, "Hey man, these are the gamma models for SPX, right?" And guess what they presented you with? They presented you with the raw data. No pivot tables, no nothing. So you go to like Yahoo, right? And be like, this fucking guy knows what he's talking about, right? You'd be like, that guy over there is really smart, right? And that guy be like, you guys want to, you'd be like, we're going up. And you'd be like, why? He's like, oh, we got positive gamma, bro. We just did a back test. We're all going up, right? Be like, show us. And so what they would do is the guy would dump like an Excel spreadsheet with a data dump for the day. That's all you got. You didn't get no pivot tables. You didn't get no equations. You didn't get no Black-Scholes models. You didn't get like spitting out a fucking line for you on TradingView that said this is the gamma flip line. Like when you see a line that says, and I just showed you a line a few minutes ago that showed gamma flip, written gamma flip, right? What'd that take me to do? 5 seconds, right? Dump in the numbers, boom, you get your line. Right? Well, back in the day, that's not what was going on. You'd be like, you have to do that shit yourself. It's like right now, a retailer, it's like Morse code. If you any guys have a ham license out there, it's not required for you to get your ham license anymore. Knowing Morse code, it's pretty much very similar to that. You used to have to learn Morse code to pass your I forget what the first license is called anymore, but your ham, I forget what the ham entry level license is anymore, but whatever it's called. You don't need to know that anymore. Right now, you just go on the internet and someone's got it all for you. But bam, there you go. Calculation's done. Now, and a lot of this is two-folded. So the first one is that you have much easier dissemination of information. That means like social media. And then the second part of it is you have functions of how to interpret data on a level that we've never seen, an ease that we've never seen. In this thing. So in my view, retailers are dangerous to our market, and they're dangerous to banks. 100%. And I don't think it's been realized right now, but I think it does get realized in the next decade. I think you'll see the dangers of those dangers come to light, and also you'll see likely FINRA and the SEC come down on retailers because of it. You'll likely see, especially new retailers in the market, like the price to entry to get in will be, unless they have some other ways to beat you, which probably AI they have to beat you, but see that nice little roll right there? Older guys know all about this, but young people have no idea how easy things are for you, right? Or what you're presented with, in the speed of it. Like, hey, it's 9:30. We just got all the new data from the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. We got all our new data for all the indexes. Let's fucking send them to the pivot table. Let's do a quick graph on it, and now let's do a fucking a gamma curve model. It's just like instantaneous. Yeah, they do like range-bound markets. They do not want retailers taking over. Retailers truly are. You might not know this, but retailers are dangerous. Retailers are very. Retailers are not to be trusted. So if you get retailers going crazy in the market, and they're all a one body unison, so that's the and right now it's retailers are manipulated right now. Used like this is used against retailers. Where like if I had a lot of money, like do you remember that time when they said the I'm not going to say it. Remember when the PENTAGON when there was a BOMBSCARE last summer and the market just dropped? It was in the morning. It was one day in the morning, and it wound up being just a scam rumor that spread like wildfire. Like that kind of shit is real. And so you can actually manipulate retailers today to like a herd run left and run right, depending on what you want them to do. That might not always be there though. There can't. So that symbiosis of retailers is being used against them, but there's potential there for retailers as a single organism to beat that railroading that's going on right now. That's a whole fucking other discussion. That's like let's smoke a doobie and drink some bourbon in a bar somewhere for 4 or 5 hours in Bangkok or something, and talk about that shit, because that shit is real. Yeah. Retailers are, Morse code. Yeah, you don't need it anymore for your ham license.
The S&P 500 now up 0.2%. The Nasdaq and Dow Jones rise by 0.1%.
Slam it up into that pre-market price right here. We did just finish closing out those gaps down below. There's no more gaps up top. So the next gap the next target they'd be looking for is that 451.94, and that is right where this arrow is right here. So see this arrow, and see this box right here. And that's your next target. If you look down below, you got this one right here now next. You've already taken out all these gaps here. If we hold, you should see this next pivot right here get tagged. If it does start to roll on R1, your target to the downside is going to be last known support at 440.29. Although the bottom of the market today is probably, where's our previous high from yesterday? 448.12 down here. If you had a downside pivot from this point where we are down here, next pivot to the upside is right here. So if you look at the bottom chart down below there, if we end up losing there. Oh, no. Yeah, it's down there. Yeah, there's another one down below, too. There's one more right here. You got this low right there. We already tagged that one? No. Yeah, I think you have a chance. I think retailers need some. This kind of sound crazy. You guys are gonna think I'm fucking nuts. Ooh, look at that! Look at that opening up. Look at that. It's like parting the waves up there. There needs to. You know what sucks for retailers is you have a governing body with FINRA. You have a governing body with SEC. But you don't have something like the big banks. If there was like a there's no large group looking out for retailers. There are large groups. They're not large though. There's no it's like more like fucking pirates. Retailers like goddamn pirates, right? Like it's like trying to herd fucking cats. Like, well, JPM said this. There needs to be like a tipping point where retailers trust each other more than they trust what the bank's telling them. And if they begin to actually trust each other, I don't know how this happens. I'd have to think about it I'd probably have to think about it for like 3 months and not do anything and just think about it. But there's someone's probably thinking about what's the next step for retailers. They need a body that they trust like they trust banks. So, and this would be up and down, not just up, but up and down, so that you'd just like a banks talk to each other. Not all the time, they don't. Sometimes they burn each other, and a lot of them do want to burn each other, but they still are able to push the market around. I guess you want to get retailers to be able to push the market around as a whole. And if you can get that to happen, dude, oof. Whole fucking market will become super fake. What are they going to do then? The whole thing, it'll be just like GME, right? The whole market will become GME. They'll have to. That's the only thing they could do, I think. I would think. Yeah, I can't stand CNBC and Bloomberg. Can't stand either of them. So this this thing right here is this is your first one. Nope, yeah, this is your first one, and that's your second one right there. Your next one should get a pullback and then push up right there. Took a little longer than expected, but you get the gist. Maybe I just move these over or something. That's basically that one right there, and then this one goes over there. That one goes somewhere down here. Go that low. You might get a quick liquidation break here. Be careful. Might see a nice liquidation break. What do we got down? 450.06. You might catch a nice liquidation break down here. You might be able to grab this for. You might. In my greed, I want to grab this. If we go down there, I'll buy calls. I'll get fucking greedy again. You take it down there, and I'll get greedy. You take it down there, I'll buy that shit. Good, go on down there. Liquidation break that shit. I double dog dare you. Oh, yeah, my bad. XBI. Fuck, that's the one I missed. I made a promise to do XBI. I didn't do Apple either. Let me look at XBI really quick. Come on, baby, just give me that. Just like, fuck. I just want like that 30-second like bloodbath, and then it bounces straight back up again. XBI, baby. XBI. XBI. Faked you out there. Didn't get you there. Going there right now. 30-minute chart. Very bullish. 30-minute chart has its first. 30-minute chart has its first positive bar on daily trigger. Dip was bought down. Oh, you guys can't see this. XBI, very bullish. All this down here is great dip buying down in here. Remember, this is November 30th, right? Or excuse me, October 30th, right? This is the end of November. All this buying down here. Just becoming bullish right now. Huge move down in XBI. Let's look at a daily chart on this, but you can even see this right now. Get down there, get some nice movements to the upside. Sometimes it can be prolonged, but you do end up getting that for that self-fulfilling prophecy. So XBI. Well, let me look at it on a 1 day and see if I'm missing something. Oh yeah, dude. XBI looks good. Looks really good. This is very bullish actually. This is extremely bullish. 30-minute chart, XBI. Tighter. XBI. We still want that up there. We haven't got it right. They sold it down, came back up, and held it again. So a little bit early on that trade, but still looking to trade that 76.17, and the price target is 87.03. So still need to tag it. Looks great though. We'll move this over, right? We can leave it. It doesn't matter. Still targeting that 76.17 up here, breaking above, and then we're trying to get above that and then come up right here and have an explosive move. So still wanting to smash up there, get that fucking daily trigger up there, right? So it can grab it and slam up and trade that 87.03. See if I can put some just some targets up here. Right there's that first target. Right there, it's a yellow box. Next target up there is right there. There's your next target. You got another target up here somewhere. Yeah, it's all in there, isn't it? Have that right? Yeah, right there. You know what? This isn't over here. Once that comes back down. But you look good here, man. If you've just been long XBI, I'm pretty fucking bullish here. As you can tell, right up there. Like slam into it, slam into it, slam into it, slam into it. And when this yellow line crosses this orange line right here, when you get that cross right there, ooh-wee, you already know what happens, right? That happened on SPY recently. I already told you what happened. That orange line right there, and then that yellow line crossing above, and I'll tell you what, that thing is gonna get moving. You get that right there, it's like boom, straight up north. XBI bullish, 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 and XBI bullish, and hasn't been seen yet. The resolution of that bullishness. The resolution of that bullishness in XBI has not left yet. So I am bullish XBI. Still bullish. And XBI is looking some caveats there. XBI has not shed all of its COVID shit, but it's close. It can take months, but this is if you look back in a year or 3 years, it's going to be good. Hey, you're welcome. Sorry, Mr. Talking Monkey. XBI, good. Situation normal on XBI. Oh, I will say this about XBI. Go back on that XBI. If you see, let me see and go back really quick and just take a peek. Party over below $70. So if I am wrong, if you're like, hey, Cap's wrong, You start rejecting below $70. I'm wrong. So make sure you're just aware of that. Or what do the Elliott waivers say? It's invalidated. Thanks, Mr. Talking Monkey. I appreciate it, man. XBI is like it's like if you had the full COVID cycle, if like, can you see that? If you, let's say this was COVID right here, start of COVID. If it went through its whole cycle, it's like right there. It's not quite back to the market makers stepping back in, but it's close. It's like right there. But if you get this like blast down, you're going to be pissed. So should see a nice squeeze up here. You don't want to see a rejection here. Want to see a blast, a squeeze higher. Want to see a breakout. If we get the breakout, we will squeeze up there and trade that 45,180. You see that demand coming in from down below? Fuck me, man. They're 43 fucking cents right now. Motherfucker. Fucking, damn. God. God. Fuck me. I didn't lose any money, but I didn't make any money. Knocking on the door of R1 right now. Fuck me, man. God damn. Should have been a quick, easy Friday. Fucking missed trading alone. Not paying attention when I should be trading, or by not being able to pay attention to my fucking own trading. Don't worry about it. Come on, squeeze! Squeeze! Yeah, paper-headed captain. No, I was on the train. I was buying it like, I bought 43 already, but then I bought 20. So my buy-in was like 33 cents. So that, and I had the one reversal bar, and I'm like, hey, should stay in. It's not a real reversal bar. I was like, nah, fuck that. I don't want to get turned over. And it was a fake reversal bar. And then if I can start going up again, I'm like, okay, just don't do it. Oh man, that momentum stuff. That momentum stuff that I showed you. You want to be looking at that. There's like getting in before other people and exiting before other people exit. It's a big part of that momentum trading. So, oh, what just happened there? Uh-oh. Having some weirdness going on in the background here. I apologize for that. Got some weird shit going on. It's going on all day. Let me see if I can turn some of this shit off. Turn that off. Turn off that sky on sky. I love Mike Burry. I can't say I don't love him. I'm going to list off some tickers to you and just do some reading to you, okay? And I'll read some stuff to you here, okay? HSBC has a buy, says buy Intuitive Surgical. Now, I looked at it this morning. It was ripping off the open. I haven't seen it since. But look up on your own. Ready? I'm gonna give you some tickers. I'm gonna read some tickers off to you that I want you to pay attention to. Okay? You guys ready? I'm gonna write some tickers out here for you. Okay? Give me one quick second here. intuitive, surgical. I should have capped that, but I was being fucking lazy. I want you to look up these companies, okay? Maybe I just bring it over here. Jesus Christ, CareMax. Woo. Woo. Squeezing right now, trying to blast on through and have that other upper target. I already do analog devices or no? So I'm going to leave this over here for you. And what I will do is I'm going to put a this is all new for me, for you, doing this for you. You can cut and paste this on your own. I don't know if it'll let me post this, but now these are not indictments. This is not for me, okay? Some of these are going to be wrong, so don't be like, "Hey, Cap, you said this, and it did that." But what I would say, I want to be very clear here, okay? Very clear. This is not an enticement for you to take this message that I'm putting inside of the chat right now. It's not an enticement for you to buy or sell any of these tickers. The only thing that I'm telling you here is to look into these tickers, okay? So if I tell you Airbnb is a sell, it doesn't mean you just start fucking selling Airbnb, but you just investigate on your own, okay? That's Intuitive Surgical is a buy. Elite, Agilent Technology is a buy. CarMax is a sell. PT $1. Expedia is a buy. Brookdale Senior Living is a buy. Marriott Vacation Worldwide. It's not Marriott Hotels. It's a sell. Zoom Video. I think they've got a report coming out in a couple days next week. They're near a buy, so maybe you can get a juicy. Well, maybe we'll look at Zoom at some point. Airbnb is a long-term sell, not right away sell, but long-term. Analog Devices is a buy. Nvidia is I said buy, but it's more of a expected good earnings. Be the answer to that. So I'm gonna throw that in the trash right now. You guys can cut and paste that on your own, put it on your own notepad at home, whatever it is you want to do. No liquidity break for me. No stops, no pivots left behind at the upside right now. Trying to trade that 451.90 to the upside. 451.94. I've got it at 4. I've got it to sell at 451.72, maybe the 80s. Not quite up there. A little bit lower. Yeah, not investment advice. Not investment advice. I got to put that in the chat too. My last chat comment. Investment advice. We're gonna post that in both of these because you got like this shit'll come back to haunt me. You guys will fucking be like, pull the chat logs, bro. Guy was fucking telling the buy, sell, this and that. In the fucking chat, I got it written. My attorney will be happy with this.
U.S. crude futures.
My attorney's probably watching right now going, what the fuck is he doing?
7 cents a barrel.
Fuck you, Texas trader. If you guys want, somebody remember all those tickers, and I'll look at them with you on Monday or something. We'll take a peek at them. Understood. Just full ported my grandfather's life savings. He just died and left me all his money. I just full ported fucking 0 date calls or next expiry calls and all these companies cap. Come on, squeeze up there, dude. Get up there and take out that shit. VIX coming back down to test its previous low. HYG is just a baby fist right now, blasting off, saying straight up fuck your giant gap down below. We're mooning, baby. We're gonna go back and do a double top. Dixie getting murdered right now. You know what that means, right? That's telling you right away. The Fed has to hike more. Yeehaw, HYG. NASDAQ squeezing right now. Motherfucker. God. GAWT. DAMMNNNN on those calls. I'm like, God. Yeah, all those I sold all those. I still maintain that list, but I sold out of all those back in June or July. I haven't re-entered any of them yet, but I do still maintain that list. But they haven't been. I haven't checked on them in a while. I sold out of them months ago. As a matter of fact, I don't even know if you guys know this. I am flat this market. Like I've got no stocks out there. I've now sold all my market is sold. I've been selling this earnings season. So as we've gotten earnings, I've been selling on those earning reports. So I am out of the market. Like I am out. Like I have got no stock, no nothing. I got nothing, zero. And I'm looking to buy into the market in the spring or late winter. So I am completely flat of this market right now. Yeah, even Tesla. I'm out. I'm out of everything. I am like all cash right now. All cash right now. As a matter of fact, I started moving some money this week too. I'm trying to move the last time money out of some brokerages into some new brokerages. So I got a bunch of shit going on. I'm looking for I'm a little pissy here because I was planning on, so this is where I'm at. You might not want to hear this. I was hoping for I was planning on the rates hike cycle to be done by this December, and for a pause to come by springtime into summer, and rate cuts to begin by December, maybe October, November, December of 2024, based on where unemployment should be, based upon where inflation should be, the uninversion of the yield curve, job openings, all that stuff. And right now, I don't know if I'll see that. As of right now, I don't know if I'll see that opportunity. My hope was to see a big dive in February and April, and maybe more blood into December, into like October, November, December of next year. My original thought here was we'd get all-time highs, go back, all-time highs just brief, go back and recheck those all-time highs, pull back down, and possibly go and even see 3,500 again by December of next year. If they do hold longer, or what looks like the yield curve will get inverted and they have to continue to raise rates, shit, man, we could be fucking looking for a fucking dip at like 4,000 in fucking February and April. I'm serious, like 4,000. If we can get that dip, like if we get more rate increases, man, if we get like pause and then we get like another 4 or 5 points over 2-3 years, shit's gonna suck. It's gonna suck donkey dicks. It's gonna suck bad. It's gonna suck. It's gonna suck really bad. I gotta refresh this check because I can't see the YouTubers. I just refresh that shit. This whole thesis is going back 3 years, right? This whole thesis. I mean, I'm within like hand grenades and horseshoes. I'm pretty fucking close, but this whole thesis is on running. This is like a 3-4 year thesis for like 5 years out, 10 years out. So there's some real like man, dude, if they pull this shit, dude, it's gonna suck. It's gonna fucking suck. It's gonna be like trading. It's gonna be a weird trading environment. All right, fuck it. You're sticking to your guns there. You're sticking to your. We need something to happen. I was thinking about that the other day too. You guys want to hear something else fucked up? Here, this is getting in the way. Let's get rid of it. You guys know where I think it's going, so on there's something. I will say this. By time off, I've been thinking about actually this stuff. So I'm like, man, you know what hasn't happened? I'm like, we haven't had any bad shit happen. I'm like, we haven't had any bad shit happen since COVID. I'm like, I'm thinking about COVID, and I'm like, everywhere around every 3 to 5 years, I expect some fucking off the wall bad shit, like real bad shit to happen, not like Ukraine or whatever. Not like Israel. I mean, like bad, like something that's like unknown to the market. We normally get a crash for something really fucked up. You're just like blindsided by it. And I was like, man, we haven't had that in a few years. I'm like, where the Bulls had a lot of that on their side. Like remember, like the Bears had like the greatest trick that Jerome ever pulled was trading this market sideways to beat the Bears. Like the Bulls had the moment COVID happened and the market started to rise, the timer was on, right? And they probably have like, I don't know, 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years before something really fucked up happens. And I can't stand saying that stuff because when it happens, it's usually insane, right? So, they're like the Bulls have that, but like as time passes, there's always that chance that you just wake up one morning and like some stupid shit happened. And you're like, where's the market? And it's like, it's down 500 points and it's expected to go down another 1,000 in the next week or two. And you're like, fuck. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Like, so this XPI thing is likely going to take the XPI. I think I said it, but I should probably harp on it more. XPI is slow, right? So, like, that's not a day trader that's not a day trader. I shouldn't say that. That's a day trader projection. That's like a fucking year out projection. That upside, that big target, the upside's probably going to take a year to get there. But it is pretty bullish. Think about this. I want you to think about this XBI thing. So let's talk about XBI again. Let's go back to XBI. So XBI, okay. I was a trader of COVID stocks before they were fun. I was in boiler rooms, groups of people, trading that stuff, right when COVID started. All those tickers were trading $3, $9, $10, $13. They went to fucking $300. I was trading that stuff. So at that time, I got out of that stuff and went back to the greater market and just made money in the greater market. I wish I had stayed in that trade or those trades. It was a question of time, right? So it's like the Bitcoin stuff. Had I just longed all that shit and not looked at it for a year, 2, 3 years, I would have fucking made, I'd probably fuck you money. Probably be worth tens of millions of dollars. That much. Very high probability of that. So when I'm talking about XBI right now, it could take some time. It could take like 2-3 months to even make that a legit turn, and then see that like, hey, this is awesome. But I'm gonna warn you of something. When I was showing you those purple velocities, the lower velocities down there, those things are like decades of data. So I wouldn't be fucking around with that data. Like, they're gonna buy it, but it's gonna take some time. So I wouldn't, like, I'm not gonna expect XBI to go to the moon next month or even 6 months, but it is on the bottom end of that turn up, like those COVID tickers. Now we don't have COVID to make it go to the moon over a year or two, but over 1-3 years, something like that. XBI is very bullish here. It's extremely bullish. It's extremely bullish in terms of like, do I expect XBI to crash to zero? No. It's ready to be cycled back into for long-term investors. Yeah, XBI is good right now. It's really good. Yeah. No, the Black Monday thing. I'm talking more about like we lose a president, or there's a terrorist attack in the United States, or we have COVID. It's like something big, like something that's not priced into the market that nobody knows about. It's only when they don't know that, like when they know about stuff, most stuff they know about. Like all these banks put offices, like there's offices in all these war countries. They have offices there. If I worked for GS right now, I'd be in Ukraine, and I would be literally handing boxes of money to whoever's giving me the information I need to know before anything happens in Ukraine and Russia. I have offices in Moscow, and make sure that if anything tragic is going to happen in Ukraine, let's say they were going to bomb Ukraine with a nuclear warhead or something, I would want to have someone. This is ruthless, but this is real. I would want to have somebody on the inside of Moscow so that I would know before that it was being discussed. You should. If you don't believe me, there's many books written about this by actual vetted insiders. I want you to know, okay, that if there's something that can negatively or positively impact the market in a huge way, that these banks are just like the CIA. They have their own people of the same quality, bribing people to know. That's known. So, yeah, Bizzer's chiming in right now. He just said Citigroup plans to announce major layoffs, tens of thousands at risk. So I was talking to Joe Donut this past week, and we were discussing these layoffs. And we've discussed this in the past. We've had long conversations about this. It's a good point to bring up, and it's starting to happen right now. You're finally getting layoffs, right, in a big way. And we discussed this back in 2 years ago. We discussed this. When you see, I want to be clear to make sure that you still know this and remember this, okay? So, at late stage cycle of these businesses, right? These business cycles for these companies. If we were discussing the other day, and we're trying to simplify it in our conversation, and I'll simplify it for you. So, if I am going to, let's a good example. So, if I'm going to build, if I'm going to make pencils, I got a pencil right here. Just sharpened it. Looks great. It's a nice, sharp, very sharp pencil. I don't know if I can get that to come in there, but you got a very sharp pencil right here, okay? Let's talk about layoffs. I'm going to do a quick down and dirty what you need to know as a market participant, cash market participant, all you need to know as a market participant. The important thing about you and what you need to know about layoffs. So, I want to make 100 pencils and sell them for profit, okay? I don't have the money to make 100 pencils. I'm fucking broke. But I know that these pencils will make me some money. So I approach Joe Donut, and I go, hey, Joe, you got money, man. I'm broke. Now, I know that I can make 100 pencils, and they're going to make me, I'm going to sell them for $1 a piece. But they only cost me, I don't know, 20 cents, right? I make $1 on, make 80 cents a pencil. Fucking, I'll split it with you, dude. You got the money. I'll give you 60%, and I'll keep 40. Okay, Joe goes, I'll give you the money. So I go and I make 100 pencils. Now the paper or the proposal that I gave to Joe says something like, nobody's ever had a pencil before. People don't have pencils. The first 30 of these pencils I can probably get fucking $1.50, $2 for. It's going to cost me a ton of money in hiring production workers and engineers and all this stuff, and it's going to cost a lot of money, but I can charge a lot of money. And then, so let's say I sell, I don't know, 30 of these pencils at $1.50. And pencils wear off. Other people are making them. Demand is lower. I still command the market because I was the first guy to make them. But, you know, everybody's got them. And I now have to sell these pencils for $1. Right? But, so I sell a bunch of them for $1. Now I've sold 60 pencils. So the first group for $1.50, $1.30, whatever, $1.50. Second group for $1. Right? Normally, here's the kicker. Normally, over a 20-year span,
December futures settle at $2.77 a gallon.
Normally, in our business cycle, when we get to the end of that cycle, the last 30 pencils that I have, I usually have to sell those pencils for much less than the $1.50 or the $1. I got to discount them. I got to get rid of the supply and the stock that I have in hand. And that's built into the proposal that I gave Joe. I'm like, it's $2 or $1.50, then I get $1, and then I get 75 cents. And that gives me, or 50 cents. And that gives me, the other 30 gets 50 cents, and that gives me $1 per average gross profit on this pencil, right? That's how I get my $1. He's not afraid that I'm selling pencils at 50 cents because I already sold them at $1.50 and $1, right? This is a business cycle, right? Now, there's some points here to be made. Even though I'm only selling it at 50 cents, I don't need to make the dies for cutting this stuff and shaping it. And I don't need, I've perfected the manufacturing process, so I can now begin to do what? I'm not laying out new costs for new equipment. And I don't need so many workers anymore, right? We're at the end of a business cycle. Nobody's offering any money anymore. I can start laying people off and trimming, right? So I can spend the last part of this cycle of selling pencils in laying motherfuckers off and maximizing all my profit. There is a fucked up thing going on here. Not fucked up, but something that doesn't happen too often. It only happens every decade, 2 decades, sometimes even 3 and 4 decades. We just had a major price increase across the board of all goods and services. So even though we're at the end of this business cycle in my pencil company, and I had planned on dropping the price of these pencils to 50 cents, instead of doing that, guess what I've done? I've been able to raise the price back to $1.50 and possibly even higher. Now that pencil that had a mean price of $1, that mean price is now $1.50. And I can jack it to $2 every now and again. If you're going back to school or something, whatever it is you're doing, great pencil shortage or something. That makes sense? So my point here is that we have something that wasn't here in previous business cycles, and that is inflation that has made a jump and is becoming embedded in our economy unexpectedly. So if you're seeing those layoffs out here right now, right, you should normally expect, as those layoffs begin, for these companies to possibly be their most profitable heading into this late stage. Throwing in this big, giant jump in inflation, i.e. your pencils now cost $1.50 or $2, right? You might expect even more profit in this late stage of this business cycle. So if you're going to look at this quarter, ERs, and possibly even into next year, and you see these mass layoffs happening in this late business cycle, and let's say you say to yourself, well, they're laying all these people off, so they're going to be doing great, right? But now we've got inflation to contend with. These guys are not only going to be great with their layoffs, but they get inflation and unexpectedly making more profits than they ever expected to make this late cycle. it is probable that you're going to go into next year's ERs and see some wild-ass numbers with all of those layoffs and all of that cutting back and expenditures on research and expenditures on new products, just refining your best products. So there's something that's not in there is something that doesn't happen too often. And another way to relate this would be to go back to, I want to say 1992 or 96. But I think that was the last time when we saw, matter of fact, around the country were raising minimum wage, right? So you're seeing like the start of a new cycle with higher prices, higher wages, and this is something that doesn't happen too frequently. So like if you're a hamburger producer, right? You only have a few moments every decade or two to raise your prices permanently. That permanent price raising cycle is rare. It's happening right fucking now. The last time this happened was almost 30 fucking years ago. 30. So you're in the midst of this paradigm or this new greater cycle. And you've got these companies that are able to capture before all these other costs come into play, or other people are asking for, producers are asking for this, or this is asking for that, or whatever is happening in the background, right? There's like Goldilocks moments for me as a company where I already expected to cut. I already expected to stop doing the research. I already expected to be selling the pencils much cheaper, but lo and behold, right now I can charge more than I ever expected. So if I was the guy that was originally trying to plan all this out with Joe, and I give this prospectus to Joe, and I go, hey, this is what we're going to make. And both of us are like, woo, we're rich. And then I go back to Joe right now, and I go, guess what, Joe? We've been given this opportunity where I don't have to charge 50 cents for these pencils. We didn't write that into our expectations 5 years ago or 10 years ago when we started this, that this was going to happen. COVID was going to happen. Embedded inflation was going to happen. That I can raise the price of pencils right now as we're at the back end of a cycle for this pencil company. And so now that I'm laying people off, now I'm not doing any research and development. I'm going to squeeze this fucking thing and squeeze this pencil company every last fucking ounce of the end cycle profit out of it. And so, though we might see those profits go to the shit dumpster once they start researching and building or designing new dies and rehiring people to make a newfangled mechanical pencil, our next pencil is going to be mechanical. It's not right now. And so it might seem bearish to you, but it could be delayed bearishness. So when we're looking at this next quarter and possibly even longer, we could see ridiculous. We could see ridiculous returns in some of these companies, some really ridiculous ones, especially with all these mass layoffs happening right now. So it's bearish. Layoffs are bearish traditionally. Right now, because of this, it might not be as bearish as it seems, and might be even more delayed and more mutated, more really retarded, like retarding an engine or something. It's more like it's more mutated or something like that, abnormal, not something in a normal business cycle you would see. So we were discussing that last week on a phone call, and I don't know. Not that I don't mean it like I don't know. I don't know that the layoffs are necessarily important at this moment. They will be important. But at this moment right now, where they're starting to lay off, and they have way, way higher prices than they ever expected. And a lot of these companies are at the ass end of their business cycle, that they are probably seeing very much so unanticipated profits from their plans 5 years ago, 10 years ago. The old pencil factory. I don't know. I had to make some shit up. Pencil factory. I had to make up a company. Mary's Landscaping. Bob in the basement. Main Street Bob. We need an owner for this pencil company, but it's very rare that happens, is my point. Normally in a business cycle, as it's coming to an end, you're not seeing the kind of inflation that we're seeing right now. You know, we're talking the inflation that we're seeing right now. You and I. Jerome can tell me all fucking day long that they're winning against inflation, but you and I both fucking know that that's not fucking true. Not fucking true. Not fucking. They're hand over fisting money right now. It's like gangbusters. Yeah, that's right. Widget factory, the doodad factory, the zing zang boom, the whistle zipper. The Wing Dang Doom company. You know, the useful thing that everybody says it's useful, and it really wasn't. Looking at you, tech. Looking at you, Amazon and Netflix. Not too much going in right now, right? Okay. Yeah, dude, the CEO bonus. I was reading some CEO bonus. Dude, did you guys see the ATT shit? Oh man, dude. Whew. Whew. I just saw some AT&T shit that just blew my fucking mind. They just got a huge bailout, and they fucking sent all that money to the shareholders, the CEO. CEO got stupid money at ATT. ATT, man. Woof. I also like how people think the market reacts to the Fed. It's not true. Fed tries to give that illusion. That's why they wait to raise rates. Yeah, there's a lot of ex-Fed presidents with books out there that fully admit that they don't think that rates impact inflation. It's more of a timing thing. We've talked about that on the show, really in depth too. There's the Fed chairs from the past have said we just try to align it at the same time. Jerome brought this up 2 rate decisions ago. He said he discussed at the end of the last rate decision, not this past one, but the one before it, he discussed that they had finished their rate hiking cycle to bring the COVID cycle and the normal business cycle back in line with each other. And we had discussed that prior to him even discussing that. And there's a idea here from previous Fed presidents saying that we just do this stuff when we see the business cycle where it's at. We kind of like take the data, see where we are. Are we late business cycle? We start that hiking, and it lines up with already what's happening. So it's more of like a ringleader than it is that it has real. You know what it reminds me of is like a parent with a child, or a family. As long as we all agree, right? We all like if we all agree we're going someplace, then we all go there. And if let's say I don't say something to my wife and daughters, they'll all scatter and do their own thing, right? But if I step up to my wife and kids says we have to do this, we have to do that, this is coming and that's going to happen, everybody's like, okay, we're with you. I don't want to go with you, Daddy. And I go, okay, you don't want to go with me? Fuck it. I'm gonna put a tax on your ass. And you're like, what? I'm like, yeah, you're coming to do the same thing as us. Does that make sense? Now, if my child says to me, yeah, fuck that tax, I'm going to do whatever I want, there's not much I can do about that, can I? The Fed has admitted that in the past. So I do agree with you that to some extent. We've discussed that here on the show, too. That does it really make an impact, or is it more in line with the market's already doing? And is it also something, is the Fed more of a function of getting rounding all the cats up and saying, we're all doing this right now? And so it looks like the Fed is doing a good job. I don't think Bull's grabbing the bell. I think we park it here into the close, by the way. It's possible we can get up there and run this up, but yeah, exactly. I'll try to find. So the book that I read about this was the book and specifically that I read about this. I'll try to find it because I read an autobiography by, I forget his name. He's from the 1970s. I'm having like a mind block right now, but he ended up talking about it. And then like another guy from the 80s talked about it, and where they fairly well admit that, like, and we all knew that too, right? We kind of all knew. We even on the show we knew, as we came into the end of 2021, we were all same page here, saying, "Yeah, we're gonna expect that to happen, right? We're gonna start fucking raising rates." You kind of know, you know, the COVID cycle is over. The one thing that I think people missed that we got on this show was the two different cycles not being in line with each other. The normal business cycle, the COVID business cycle. Two different things. And they're trying to get them, if you have like a sine wave and you got one sine wave here, that's the business cycle. And then you had, you got the dork, and he's over here. I said dork, but then you got normal. This is normal, like just like this business cycle, business. Then all of a sudden you got COVID, and it's like, hold on, boss, we're over here. And you're like, and Jerome and all those guys are like, ah, shit, we got to beat this thing up and get it back in line with this cycle over here. And then we'll deal with this together again, right? Slowly wean that out over time, and at least get them back on the same path where they were over here doing their own thing. COVID's a very weird, not weird, it's just abnormal, right? And created a whole nother fucking cycle of unexpectedness. Well, the taxation thing is there. So of that business cycle, right, that we're talking about with eventually it's normal to have layoffs. Eventually you've got companies like Piton going bankrupt. You guys should already, if you don't know about business cycle, what's his name does a great job of explaining it. Though don't believe he's horrible at timing shit. But Ray Dalio has a great explainer on how to explain this stuff. Look up, go to YouTube, look up Ray Dalio debt cycles, and it should be the first video that pops up. But this one right here, a lot of retailers didn't want to believe that either. You got two separate business cycles going on. You got a COVID fucking cycle and a normal business cycle, and everything's become like weird. Not weird. It's just like mutated, like two different heads, and you got to squish two heads together again. Yeah, he addressed this 2 cycles ago at the end of the presser, and it was great to hear him say that because it's real. That is a real thing. It's very rare that happens. Very, very, very rare. Very rare. Very rare where you give free money around. People likely did the right thing, not the wrong thing. They have more wherewithal than they would normally around this time. Companies, too, have more wherewithal. When you talk about like zombie companies being out there and empty offices and all that kind of stuff, they're not all empty. Some of them are. Some of these companies did do the right thing, and they took their money and they fucking turned it into staying alive and a second chance. A prime example of this would be, maybe not a prime example. I don't know if Piton took cash, but let me see if they did. I'm going to assume that they did. Like, Peloton had a chance, right? They didn't. They fucking lost. They fucked it up, but people were given a second chance, man. That COVID money, companies, corporations, individuals, they were given a second chance. And some people didn't even need the second chance. It was just like a freebie. Hey, you want to pay off your college loans? Here's all this money. Hey, you want to pay off some debt from that company that you have? Here you go. Here's some money. And so it's like a abnormal abnormal resuscitation of the market. And what's even shocking about this is that in 2019 we were about ready to roll over. We were about ready. Our last business cycle should have ended, or I should rephrase that. We were coming to the end of what we think was a short-term debt cycle. Ray Dalio has been calling for that. This is the end of the long-term debt cycle. He's been calling for that shit since 2000. But we know for sure that we were at the end of a debt cycle in 2019. COVID, just blew that out of the water. It mutated that whole normal business cycle. Yeah. I don't think it's a bad thing. The money, I know why the money was given and stuff like that, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, this looks like a yawn fest, man. The fucking yawn fest. I'm gonna go in the background. I'm gonna take a look around the market. I'm gonna quit. We got 10 minutes until the power hour. Let me go to the bathroom really quick. I'll be back with you guys in 10 minutes. Give me a 10-minute break, and then I'll come back. We're gonna look around the market real quick when I get back here. Yeah, stretching Wall sees. They're pinning it right on the fucking. They're pinning it right on the goddamn fucking. They're pinning it where all those goddamn SPX calls are. You see that, right? Well, not calls, but spreads. They're gonna pin it. Just print that shit right in this fucking. I think they're gonna pin it right in here. Give me a second here. Apple just announced too. IBM announced yesterday, right? Dude, we gotta talk about X too, man. We gotta talk about fucking Twitter, dude. You know what he needs to do? Same fucking thing that Mike Burry needs to do. Sit the fuck back, man. Dude, chill out. IBM left yesterday. Man. It's so I read this. I read the stuff. Did you guys see the stuff about CIS? CIS. So, all right. So, I'm not going to go too deep into it because of politics and stuff. When CIS became was not vernacular, but was just starting to become in public spotlight, I was like, "What's CIS?" Right? I'm like, "What does CIS mean?" And it means just you're a straight white guy, bro. Well, I shouldn't say white. Just you're a straight guy. I'm like, okay. And I was like, I don't have to call myself cis, do I? And of course, there was a push. Yeah, you should say I'm cis. I'm like, I don't want to do that. And this is me, right? One person. Like, I just say my name's Jim. That's it. I don't want to tell you I'm, I don't know, cis or non-binary or whatever. I don't want to say anything to you. I just want to say I'm Jim. But that's me. Right? And then, I guess, Elon's saying it's a slur. And I'm like, man, that's some shit that an individual would do. I'm like, but a company doesn't do that shit. Well, I guess they can as a whole company, but or if it's a movement by a bunch of people. Microsoft and Google did it. But other big tech companies did it. Hey, you got to identify yourself. Well, that's fine if everyone's doing it. But one person doing it for everybody, it's a bad look. Like one person, you need everybody doing it with you. You know what I mean? If everybody was like, no, cis is a slur, you could as a company do that. Be like, yeah, cis is a slur. Like when you're dealing with these large corporations like Twitter is, man, it's so fucked up. I'm not for or against this either. I'm just saying that the look for Twitter right now is on fucking fire, man. It is on fucking fire. Yeah, it's emotional. It's like a kid with his toys, right? In a legitimate company. Like having a kid with his toys. It's so fucked up. I'm like, dude, just stay the fuck out of it. I can't. His CEO's got to be pulling her fucking hair out. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Seriously, stop. Leave that shit for other people to fall on the sword. It's so once it gets to your desk, it's so watered down that it's just the norm for your company. I don't know. Maybe I'm saying this wrong, but for a corporation to be like the vanguard of this stuff, I'm like, that's private. They can do whatever they want. So it's not a publicly traded company, so he can do whatever the fuck he wants. He owns it. Fucking have at it, dude. Do your thing, brother. Yeah, you know, that's like, you can see, right? It's like, becomes a personality thing. And, you know, nobody wants to fuck around with personalities in big corporate America. They don't. They don't like it. And they're not gonna. So it's a crack. Dude, I've been talking about Howard Hughes for like years. And it's like Howard Hughes, you know, it's like a little crack. And and Elon's not young. Elon, I think, is 53 years old. I could be wrong on that, but correct me if I'm wrong on that. I think it's 53 years old. So it's like a crack in the armor. Does it matter right now? No. It doesn't. It doesn't. Will it matter, though, if this stuff compounds when he's 70? It can. It can. Howard Hughes, happened to him, right? They broke all his shit up, took all his companies, everything, the whole thing. So it looks like a repeat, you know, of that stuff. And it looks like it will become a problem, or it lays the foundation for 10, 20 years down the road of some kind of hostility. Yeah, I don't care. And so I think I'm trying to relate this to, I'm trying to be more clear here. So let's say I think that the sky is black. Well, I guess at nighttime it's dark. Let's say I think the sky is orange. Nah, sometimes it's orange. Give me a better. I think the sky is polka dots. Okay? I think the sky is polka dots. And I own, I don't know, fucking, you pick a company. I own Walmart. I think the sky is polka dots. Now, me being Walmart doesn't fucking matter if only I think the sky is polka dots. If all of you eventually say the sky is polka dots, well, shit, I'll go right along with you and say the sky is polka dots, and you'll be happy as the masses, right? That's what a company is supposed to do. Now, you and I don't like that, right? When you work for a corporation, you're like, I fucking hate this corporation. They're fucking me right now, right? It's like so like you got Elon doing that right now and saying the sky is polka dots, and not everybody's saying that. And so, it's really not the place of, like, corporations kind of go with the flow of shit, you know? What do the masses want right now, right? And so you kind of need to be a successful company. Not always. Like, we know that Tesla's not that company, right? Starlink's not that company. Boring Tunnel's not that company. And so he's applying all of those things to Twitter and X. But I think Twitter and X is more of a mainstream thing. It's more of a mainstream thing. So, and I don't think history's on his side on that either. Over the decades, so it's very much a I don't know. I don't know what to say from there. I haven't thought about it too much. I've thought about it to that point where I'm just like, dude, stay the fuck out. Like, it's not the place, man. Like, that shit, like, it's like a town square, man. Like, just let them do their thing, man. That's exactly it, right? So then you got Walmart out there telling everybody the sky is fucking polka dots. If you don't fucking like it, get the fuck out. Right? Now, that might be true. Might be false. But Walmart's got no business telling you the sky is polka dots if you all think it's light blue. That makes sense. Just leave it alone. Let them fucking talk about it being light blue and orange and black at nighttime and fucking dark blue, light blue, whatever the fuck it is. Let people do that shit. You're just like catering. All you're doing is giving them toilet paper. Give them their place on Twitter to do their thing. Put protections in place and all that kind of stuff. Just let them have a thing. Like Elon, man. Like, just chill the fuck out, dude. Or start something different. I guess that's part of what he's doing too, right? Starting. I kind of understand what he's doing, but not that I agree with it. But I understand what he's trying to do. Yeah, it's like it's it's kind of like in the 1980s where Ford kept making those shitty catalytic converters and kept making shitty cars, and they got fucking taken. They almost went bankrupt over it. Toyota stepped in, Honda stepped in, a bunch of other smaller car companies stepped in the late 70s. I shouldn't say 80s. It was the 70s, but it led into early 80s when it came to fruition. And they just swooped in, man. These companies swooped in and took over the entire car market. You had like Toyota making the B1000. You had all these small, all these small like 4-cylinder cars that came out of the market. Smaller compact cars came to the market from competitors. And Ford took damage from that, right? They took big damage from that in the 70s and early 80s. It's not kind of similar. If people are saying, hey, we want small cars, 4-bangers, get 40 miles to the gallon. What a geo tracker. You make them a fucking geo tracker, right? Here's your geo tracker. You got it? You guys all happy? Yeah, he doesn't care. And he doesn't have to either. The guy's rich. Guy's filthy rich. He can do whatever he wants. Part of this has less to do with conviction. That's horrible to say. Has less to do with conviction, more to do with other stuff. Could possibly have people like to say that it has to do with the sexual harassment stuff that he had come out. I don't know that that's true. I think it has more to do with breaking Twitter and turning it into a social media, or not. I shouldn't say that. The next step for social media, which is being your town square, place that you vote, place that you pay your bills, place that you get your mortgage, your insurance, place that you do your stock trading. It's your place. And so he has to destroy Twitter and turn it into that. I don't know if he's going to be successful or not. Hey, thanks, Odabunga. Good to see you, brother. Feel great today, man. Feeling good all week. Not all week. Tuesday, Wednesday started feeling good. And then I want to make sure it's consistent, not, hey, it's today but not tomorrow. Hey, I'm fine today and tomorrow I'm fucking dying. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for asking. A 187, 193 call spread came in today. What was the date on that spread? You guys see that big standing order above, right? So that big standing order's been there, but it has been where is it? It's hiding out up there somewhere. It's at 480. There's a giant standing order. And there's a shit ton. Binky and I went through and checked SPX. Binky, when did we start looking? December, then March, then June. And we watched all those SPX calls come in for 4,800, didn't we? And they're all still sitting there. None of that shit is left. We're like, these guys are all in 480 we knew about this almost a year ago. We're like, well, fucking 480, and they even have 5,000s out too. 480s and 5,000s for end of year. Some of them have them for January, but it's mostly it's centered around OPEX of COPEX QOPEX for the end of the year. It's just sitting up there like. If we went to 480 at the fucking end of the year or the first week or two of the year, oh, dude. Good to see you, Otobuga. Hey, Dens. I was in some trades earlier. Got out of them. Just flat right now. Looking for a close for a pullback into next week. If we get above this node, we can talk about going long, but right now we got to be above it. Just selling into it right now. Good to see you, Dan's. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. It's already 3:04. It's already power. Expectations in the close, sideways. If you see, I'm going to expect sideways into the bell today. If you see any squeezing or bleeding off, you're likely going to see both of those come back by 6 p.m. tonight. Expectations into next week. As of right now, slow roll down to the left, to the right, and sideways consolidation action for the next coming weeks. If you don't know where we are in the market right now, do yourself a solid. Go through the first half of this show, first third of this show, and I lay it all out for you what to expect. What cancels what. If you're going to get, if we go up, when to start getting bullish, close your shorts. Where to look to buy if you are a bull. Went over all of it for next week and into the first of the year. So you should be well prepared here into at least Monday. Yeah, let me grab a beer, man. Hold on. I haven't had a matter of fact, I haven't been drinking. We got to talk about that shit. Let me grab a beer. We'll thank all of you guys for being here every day. So hold on a second here. Give me one quick second. I'll be right back. Yeah, Henry Ford was dude, I didn't know anything. I didn't know that stuff about Henry Ford until I moved to Detroit. And I have been schooled by people. Hold on a second here. One quick second here. All that's up right now. Give me 5 seconds. I'll be right back. If you guys want to grab a beer, I'll be right back to talk to you guys. Hold on. All right. Okay. Oh, give me one more second here. Got one more thing I got to do. Dang it. One more thing I got to do. Hold on. We'll be right back. All right. Check one. Okay. If I just circling back to that Twitter thing, it's like if did I show that right there? Okay. So if I was guessing about Twitter, it's probably to an end that, or like, it has more to do with transforming itself into a new kind of company, and has like whatever we thought Twitter, like I think there's like a group, Twitter had like a group of people. It's like Twitter was its thing, right? And then you have some people on Twitter that were like, hey, I've been silenced, right? This is typically people from the right, right? And then you see more middle of the road people from the left saying, no, we need to do this and do that and this. And that's what Twitter was rolling in becoming, right? Jack Dorsey was about it and all that stuff. And then right now you're seeing people from the right saying, this is better. Twitter's become better. And people on the left are like, Twitter sucks now. So you're like, Twitter sucks and Twitter's better. And you got these like two warring factions in Twitter and X and stuff. But the most comical part, it's not comical. It's real world stuff that really impacts people. But to me, inside, the thing that I think about is that what's happening with Twitter likely isn't about either side. It's more of a vehicle to tear it down and turn it into a for-profit vehicle, town square, social media, do everything for everybody at some point. Now, do I think he's successful with that? I don't fucking know. I don't know about that with Twitter. It's a weird thing. I'll tell you this. Do I think Twitter ever comes back, or is Twitter ever I think Twitter is dead. You don't think Twitter ever comes back in what made it special, which was I think they're going to try to save that, or he's attempting to save that, because the best part about Twitter is the instantaneousness of news, right? You get news from Twitter that you can't find. Like for all your like or dislike for Twitter, there's one major thing about it. Or if you were to distill Twitter down to its if you're to distill Twitter down to its most special thing, it's more than likely the immediacy of information that you can't get anywhere else. Now, does that continue? No, it doesn't. One of the big problems with it is you're not going to get some, I don't know, somebody in some third world country that can't afford Twitter to be picked up. So you see what's going on. Maybe he thinks he's got algorithms to make sure that that person's voice gets heard if something crazy happens. But man, that might be true too. But Twitter, as what it was, is probably dead. Is my point. So if you're from the right or the left, and you liked what Jack Dorsey was doing, or you didn't, it doesn't really matter. Twitter and what it is more than likely fucking dead and at a very early stage of some kind of a transformation into becoming a different kind of company. Now, could some other company step in and replace what made Twitter awesome for everybody, or some people, or one side or the other, depending on what the fight is? It's possible, but it's possible. Or it's possible they could do enough to make you think, or us think, or other people think that about Twitter. But more than likely, Twitter and what it was and what it is likely dead forever. I could eat those words if something changed there, but I think from a pure like capitalist, brutally capitalist perspective, if I was looking at Twitter, I would try to save just that one thing, or find a way to make it seem like that thing was saved. And that is the immediacy of Twitter, even if it's fake. And I really don't care what Republicans and Democrats think. And if anything, and you're all fighting with each other, and it gets traction for me on Twitter, even better. But the reality is Twitter is probably, I mean, not just the namesake being dead, but what made it absolutely fucking unique is likely dead. And there's probably a human out there that said, don't worry about it. I can replicate that, even if you're going to go do whatever you're going to do to transform this company. And some people think that that's real. Some people think that hasn't died, that was salvaged. That you could be some woman in a third world country that could get on a drop phone with a quick Twitter account and say, hey, there's a coup going on in my country right now, and it boom goes to like the top of it, gets 1 million views and all that kind of stuff. If I could tell you as an engineer, hey, I can either still facilitate that to happen, or keep that aspect of Twitter alive, and you can turn it into whatever you want to turn it into, then behind like the third door in the biggest C-suite there was, that deal was probably made to monetize and grow it into whatever behemoth, gross, disgustingness, Google thing it's going to become. Okay, so yeah, you grab the bear too, Bumble Dime. Okay, it's a couple things here. Number one, if you're a bear, if you're a seller, right, I want you to know that this is not a good place for the market to fucking close. If it pops up and above on Monday, you're going to be chasing. So if you were here since this morning, and we break over that node, right? It's 4515. We break over that node over 4515. Remember that number, 4515, right? Showed you the node this morning. If we break over that node, right, over the weekend, we are going to blast off, and you're going to have to long this fucking market. Now, if we don't into this close, we can keep under it into Monday, we should see a pullback. Right now, they're printing all their fucking calls that they have for today. We showed you that earlier this morning as well. So you're going to see all that shit print. And we've got end of month, right? End of month OPEX comes out this upcoming week, on a short week for Thanksgiving. And we have rate decision on Tuesday. We have no news on Monday. Tuesday, we have some news, so there's some vol there, at least for bears. Get that 2-day pull down. And then as soon as that news is over, you've got not much time left, right? We got one maybe 2 days left until we start rocket shipping again. So you have a chance here, Bears. The one thing I'm going to say to you, man, is I'd be sitting on my hands in this weekend if I was a buyer or a seller. I might just be sitting over this weekend. Some weekends, it's pretty easy to see. This weekend, not so much. I'd be sitting on my hands. Now, if you see price get underneath that hourly trigger down here, start rejecting, you can do that. You can take that short, but that might not be today. It might be more like Sunday night or something, okay? We're not seeing that break right now below that hourly trigger down here. So if you're a seller or a bear, dude, you want to get underneath this hourly trigger into this close. You want to get underneath this. Before the close. And I don't think that's going to happen. So as a seller, be very tactful in these next couple weeks, 2-3 weeks. I'd be very, very tactful. And I'd be very wary of the sideways grind up and then the swoop up, like baby arm up into the face into the 31st of December. I'm going to expect trading to be kind of garbage next week or two, maybe 3. Like you're selling that 455, you're buying the 451, 450 kind of stuff. You might have that one volatile day where we get down into 440, possibly 434. On the minutes, maybe you see that volatility come in and you grab it, but I'd be very, very cautious as we head into the end of the quarter. So we're going to talk about a couple things. Number one, I want to say thank you to, let's crack a beer here. I want to give my lawnmower bear baby PBRs. I want to give a special thanks to any of you out there that have taken care of the ship while I've been gone sick. So if you're like a Joe Harper, if you're like a David AMS, if you're like a John L., if you're Binky, if you're, I got names, dude. Right down to Chaz, wait a second here. If you've stepped in while I've been gone, I want to say, and if I haven't seen it, feel like Raveology, any of those guys, Blind Nest Owl, you name it. If you're one of those guys, if you're out there right now and you're listening to me speak and you're like, he didn't call my name or something, I've been taking care of this guy while he's been sick. I want to express to you my gratitude for taking care of the ship. If you feel like you were lost the past couple weeks, I want to say, and you were able to revert back on all the things that we go over day in and day out, day in, month out, year in, year out, and you're able to take care of yourself without me here, I want to say thank you to you. And if you showed up here today to this stream to watch the stream, and you're just a member or you're just a wallflower, I want to thank you too. Especially if you don't ever comment. If you just have this show on the background and you show up today, I want to say thank you to you, because you are the silent majority that protects this show and what we do here. You protect the Discord, you protect what we do in social media and Twitter, all the kind of other places. Quinn, if you're out there, I want to say thank you to you too. So I want, when you're trying to build something and you're not there, you want to see it be able to run on its own without you there. And it can't fall apart to pieces. If it does fall apart to pieces when you're not there, it's usually bad, right? Bad about something. So you guys all making great money, doing great stuff, keep going up, all that kind of stuff. Look at that nice squeeze right there. I want to say to you guys, thank you very much. I can't say how grateful I am for you guys doing your thing, right? It's kind of like, got a family and friends and stuff, and you're guy can't be there for you or something like that. So, oh, look at that nice squeeze right there. New high on it too. A nice little high right there. A nice little squeeze. Ooh. So thank you to all of you. If you're out there listening to the show right now at this moment, I want to say thank you too. If someone's not here that's in that group of people, and you see them, you let them know that I said thank you for all that you do. It does take a whole fucking community of us to make sure we're doing what we're doing, and you guys have been doing it. So I'm pretty happy and excited and stoked. I had to say I had a meeting with my wife and children the other day, and I had to have a conversation with them last week and sit down in my living room with my wife and 2 daughters. And it's one of the first times with wife and daughters. Only a few other times in my life where I didn't feel like I was in control. And my wife and kids sat there, and they were fully supportive of helping me get through COVID. So I want to say extend that same thanks to you for watching over everything that we're doing here while I wasn't here. So thanks. Cheers to you. So there you go. There you go. I can't drink a lot. I gotta take my daughters to tree lighting ceremony. My wife can't come, so it's just myself and the 2 daughters. She's working late tonight for the holidays, so I gotta take the kids down to I can't drink and drive, so I'm only gonna take a few sips out of this and be done. I gotta go to it's called I think it's like Detroit tree lighting. It's at 4:00, so I gotta take my youngest comes home here in a little bit, and I gotta grab both of them and take them out and do the jam with the kids. But I want to say thank you to all you guys out there. You don't know how proud you made me, though. And I had somebody in the stream chat earlier today said, we remembered everything. You taught us all to teach. It's like nonstop. You're always teaching us to do the same thing over and over and over. So I want to say thanks to all of you guys out there. Lightbringer just had a new baby born, baby. Hell yeah. What'd you have, Lightbringer? Tell them what you had. Did you have a little boy? Lightbringer, what'd you have, baby? What'd you have? Your little baby. What do you got? Boy, girl, 6 pounds, 13 ounces. What do you got? What do you got, man? You don't tell the name or nothing. What's your boy, girl? Tell us. I see you in Twitch talking to Lightbringer 1 or Lightbringer 11. If you guys have any good news, how about this? You've been hearing me, listen to me talk to you all day long. Why don't you tell me something that I've missed? How about you guys talk about, don't ask me something, tell me something. Say, hey, did you miss this, or did you catch that, or what? Did you miss this? Tell me something that you've learned the past 2 weeks that I might not know. Anything. Could be market related, could be home related, work related, whatever. Yeah, Lightbringer 11 saying he's a new dad. Congratulations, Lightbringer. How 7 pounds, 5 ounces, baby. Woo! That's small. 7 pounds, 5 ounces in my hand, man. Like maybe half another hand. Yeah, like this. Something like that. Just some guy too. Salute learning futures with David. Good job. You're gonna become a fucking excellent trader learning that with him. Congratulations, Lightbringer. You get that baby, man. You get like all the clothes off the baby and put the baby in your chest. I used to like take my daughters and I'd put them on my chest naked and put them next to my heartbeat. True. And they spend so much time in their mom's belly. And then when they come out of their mom's belly, they're breastfeeding, right? So I had made sure that you probably already know this, Lightbringer, but first 3 years of that child, right? First 3 years of life for that child. So by age 2, maybe age 3, but 0 to age 3, basically. You need to form the closest bond that you can to those children. It's something that scientifically they say lasts. That bond becomes lifelong. There's another age, like I think 5 or 6, that's important as well. But that first 3 years, make sure you're as close to your child as you can get, so they know you, man. Get those pheromones coming off you, all that stuff coming off your sweat, the smells, and all that kind of stuff. You did have a girl? Biggest baby ever? 15. Jesus Christ, 15 pounds. Selling premium? You're selling premium with John? John's fucking a gangster selling premium. Guy's fucking brutal. Yeah, best smell on the planet. Just hold that baby, man. Whenever you get a chance to be like physically close to the child, when they're you're not gonna be able to do that when they get older, but when they're young, you can. Yeah. So Nino's saying my son used to nap on my chest when he was a peanut. He had colic. That was one of the few ways to actually sleep. Stay home dad, so I'm still attached to him in another statement. He'll be 18 in February. Absolutely true, man. It's important for look at that. Look at that blood, dude. What the fuck are they doing right now? Oh, is this the Harlem Globetrotters drama? The kids, man, like, dude, like they're like the kids, man. They are an extension of you, and they're the only people going to be there when you're old. Like if you make the decision to have a child, you want that kid to be around, don't you? Like I don't want my kids to be like, why the fuck raise some kids if you don't want to? Well, look at that. Ooh. All right, maybe I'll trade here. Hold on a second. Well, if you're going to be like that, Spoos, should we do some end of the week arbitrage? Look at all that. Earlier, I was asking for this. Do you guys remember earlier? I was like, well, if we get a quick liquidation breakdown here, I'll get a little bit more bullish. So I'm going to take a peek right now and see if there's any arbitrage that can be done. One quick second here. Right there. Hold on a second here. So big volume bars right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 volume bars right now. Apple. Oh yeah, I just saw it. Apple to pause advertising on Twitter and X. Yeah, dude. That they gotta want a bankrupt. Maybe there's some like restructuring that they want or something. Give me one quick second here. Long 451 C's for 7 cents. Half an hour left, 3:34 in the afternoon. Remember the half an hour, right? How important it is. 15 minutes important, full hour important, 3:30 important time frame. We have 1 hour left until the next. Let's see if this holds right here. I got a 25 451 C's. It's looking pretty fucking bearish, but let's see if we can get some arbitrage out of this. Misfits bloody right now. Yeah, there. I think I saw Mero made a post this morning that did make sense to me. He said something about Mero said something about like all these or a few of these big tech companies at all-time highs would not be long there. I don't disagree necessarily with that answer or what he had to say this morning about Microsoft, but like I think it's more rotation than actual like doom and gloom. So I'm not on the doom and gloom boat. More rotation, like take your money out of that ticker and send it somewhere else in the equity market. Trading 10, trading 11. $12 right now. It's almost 100%. Want me to squeeze up one more? Big old squeeze up there. Get it right back up there. Down to 11 right now. 9, 8. I'm up a penny right now, but I think I'm going to leave it on. Just going to leave them on for the close there. Get a half an hour. Okay, CFTC positions. Japanese yen net short position is minus 130,000, 249,000 contracts. British pound minus 27,000. Euro net long. Frank Bitcoin net short position 1344 contracts. Equity fund speculators increase SP 500 CME net short position by 89.95 contracts to 29,243. Equity fund managers raise S&P CME net long position by 23,283 contracts to 600,900 or 698,126. What do we got there? It's pretty. What is that? Is that even right now? No. Speculators trim CBOT Treasury bond futures net short position by 2059. So a little bit of flattening there on bond futures. The other piece of ultra burn Treasury futures net short position. So the ultras still have a short, but the 10-year net short futures increase the net short in 10-year. Ooh, that's big. Net short position by 57,000 contracts, 161,000. So they're still bearish on 10-year. Speculators trim net short in the 5-year. Speculators trim 2-year. We see the 2-year right now showing on HYG. That's all I got on that stuff. You're worried about how spoiled she's going to be already? You know, I was reading some guys last night were talking about children, and they were talking about how boys and girls are raised. Whether you agree or disagree with this does not matter. Generally, like 60, 70% of the time, there's an agreement, and statistically there's an agreement too, that girls are more difficult to raise than boys. Now, that saying that is a very lightning rod statement, right? And when they showed the data on it, I was looking at that this week. They were showing the data on it, and the data said that it's not so much that girls are more difficult to raise; it's that parents assign different responsibilities to boys and girls, because they're like, that's a girl, they have to be treated a certain way, and then that's a boy, they have to be treated a certain way. And they were saying it was a net negative for boys. Basically, if you're a young boy and you become a young teenage boy and you hit your teenage years, there's an expectation from parents in the U.S. for you to get out and like pull up your bootstraps. Whereas a girl, there is no, that expectation is not there. The expectation is that they're going to take care of you until you can take care of yourself. Like, I'll pay for your college, I'll pay for whatever you need until you get married or
early
whatever
market on close imbalance still sitting at 8 million to the sell side.
That shit is loud as fuck. Oh, 4 cents right now. You're gonna try to bloodbath me here. I should maybe add more. $125 buy those two, 4 cents. Probably on the wrong side. It should probably be on 450s because that's where the pin is. Saying girls need a good dad, get them away from their mom, and their mom when they become a teenager helps with many things. Yeah, my kids and I have a completely different relationship than they do with their moms. But I guess, and I don't know if that's right or wrong that they do that to kids, but that's what they do. Or statistically, that's what they do with kids. I don't know if my daughters are more hard or not. I deal more with I think I'm more of a pushover with my daughters than I would be with a son. Should have taken the money on that fucking trade. My daughters are definitely not how my father raised me. I don't raise my daughters like my dad raised me. Though I'm always afraid that I would be to a son what my father was to me. And my mom sometimes tells me that's why I didn't have sons. My mom felt as though I would have been a better dad to daughters, so she didn't want me to be like my dad, of course, right? My mom was like, "Your dad's too hard on you." Whenever when I was a kid, my dad was brutal, borderline abusive, but he didn't know any better. They had a bunch of his own shit he grew up with, but I definitely treat my daughters like my mom treated me. Buy it, trade it, saying being a winner is tough but rewarding. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do without that support of my. If my wife was, if I don't know, I can't say I know what I would do. I'll say one thing. If you ever get a divorce, try, if you have kids, you have children, and you ever get a divorce, do your damnedest to make sure that relationship with your ex-husband or wife can, if you can. I guess some people you can't, but if you're like a normal person, even if you don't like your husband or your wife, just try your best to at least be functional with them if you get a divorce. That's not death, of course. Like my wife died or something like that, but I wouldn't want. There are a lot of moments raising kids. There are a lot of moments raising kids. Not so much as we're dealing with different things now, but I know that there were many years where it's so stressful raising young children that we were like, I don't care if I love you or not, or I don't like you right now, or I don't love you right now. I don't love you, wife. But you know what? I don't want you to fucking leave either because there ain't no fucking way that I ever want to raise these kids alone. You're like trapped with your wife and husbands. You're not trapped if things go bad, but well, you're not. Yeah, if things go bad, or if they're a bad person, you're not trapped. You can get out of there. You should run. But if you just don't get along or something, or it's like things you don't agree on together, difference of opinion, go a different direction, that kind of stuff. Try to keep that relationship nice at least, because I wouldn't want to raise kids alone. It's got to be the biggest challenge in the world. If you're raising children alone as a single parent, fuck me, man, that is hard ass work. No way that's easy. No way possible. Is being a single parent okay? Yeah, it is. But dude, I don't care if it's like two men, two women, men and woman, whatever it is. Like there's this part of like being a single parent. People are like, you can do it. You can. It's not fucking easy. Like even if you're divorced, just having the two parents there, like having those people there.
Early market on closing.
Can't say that shit's not easier. Come on now.
To the sell side.
I'm going to bet there have been moments in my relationship, and I'm bet for my wife too, where you're like, I don't like that fucking person, but we got to raise these fucking kids. You know what I mean?
This stream is sponsored
Yeah, you
by
can hate your
Strike.
husband. That's all normal
Strike
shit. Like
allows you
my
to
wife
actually
hated me.
hear all
My
the
wife was in
futures,
major depression
forex,
when she
and
had
stock
children.
instruments. Get a free trial.
She was
at
not happy
ticketstrike.com.
camper. That's part of life, right? Those things happen. But like, dude, like being a single parent, fuck. Like, just stay fucking. That's like, if it's not that bad, stay married and take care of the kids. You know, unless it's something bad, like, well, they're beating me, or they're doing something, like fucking bank robber or something. But if you love them and all that, and you just go in separate ways, there's a moment raising kids where you're like, we're just going to raise these kids and make sure they don't die. You know? Yeah. No, you can do that. My point was, if you're like, hey, we don't get along, and if you're going a different direction, I'm going a different direction, try to save that support for the kids. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I don't like you anymore, or I like polka dotted skies and you like blue skies. We have a difference of opinion. The hope would be that you can try to make it so that if you do break up, that you can at least raise the kids like some kind of sense of normalcy, right? I think my point here is relating back towards if my spouse died, like I was married and my wife died, or if like I woke up tomorrow and my wife disappeared, just gone, I'd be fucked. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If I could like scream at her, don't disappear, just stick around. That's what I'd probably do, you know? But I get sometimes that can't happen. I understand that too. But I wouldn't wish that on anybody, man. That's some hard ass shit, right? Look at that yellow line up there. Just go up there and hit it. I'm getting bled here. I bought some more calls. They were cheap though, $125, so they were dirt cheap. Well, here comes the look at that market all turning, all this black up here is turning out right now. Market's getting really quiet here. Come on, print it for daddy. Maybe some money on a Friday, baby. Come on, give it to me. Give me that little creepy crawly up the wally into the close on a Friday here. You just celebrated 20 years ago. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm in some 451s again, but they're dirt cheap. They're cheap. It's cost me now. I think I'm in it for like $300 or $400. So. Holy shit. Bumbledine just said, Mr. Altman's departure follows. That's the guy from, what do you call it, right? Chat GPT-4 or something, right? Review process of the board, which concludes that he was not consistently candid in his communication with the board, hindering his ability to exercise responsibility. The board no longer has confidence ability to continue leading OpenAI. Yeah. Holy shit. OpenAI. So it's Microsoft. Oh my God. Take it easy, Curlo. Oh, wow. I gotta look that up right now. Holy shit. Was he like going out on the top right now?
The CFTC U.S. Treasury 10-year note futures short positioning hits the largest since mid-October.
Oof. Holy shit, baby. I'm reading it right now. I'm reading all the stuff right now about him. Holy shit. Yeah, he's like what? He's his like mid-30s too, right?
Markets on close imbalance.
Damn.
Sitting at 730 million to the buy side. Just waiting for the final orders before we call it. Markets on close imbalance.
He's friend or not friends. He's not friends with not Jerome, with Elon Musk too, right? Those two hate each other. So what is Altman going to go out and build his own thing? It's very abrupt, right? I don't know. Wait, what is that? Is it the top? Is it Microsoft at all-time highs, isn't it? And he's getting fired at all-time highs for Microsoft. Sounds like he just got muscled out. It's kind of odd that it's at all-time highs, isn't it? I think they were at all-time highs this morning, so it's kind of odd that that was timed right at that price. The board has no longer has confidence ability to continue leading OpenAI, specifically OpenAI, right? God damn. I gotta look this up. Hold on a second here. Says he lacked candor. Let me read some of this stuff. Give me a second here. I'll look him up. I'm gonna have to buy some fucking Microsoft stock. Hold on a second here. I wasn't, or I'm not. I'm not. I think I was pretty bearish on them already. But... Oh baby, there's that squeeze. Hold on a second. I gotta look at this. I want to see if this is a buy. It's not that big of a drop. You guys are. It's not that big of a drop. 360, 2%. Yeah. It's all-time fucking highs, dude. I might have to buy that. Hold on a second here. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I would be. We're going to say something to you guys. I'd be really. I would be. I would put your earmuffs on right now. What you're listening to about this, if it's going to be like it's going down because of him, maybe a little bit, but the shit was on all-time highs this morning in pre-market, dude. Wasn't it? I think it was. Yeah. Yeah, dude. You just. Can it be shorted? Let me look. Oh yeah, baby, print it for daddy. Bring back into the money you got on SPY. Let's look at Microsoft really quick. I was pretty bearish on it into their ER. Not bearish and not necessarily bearish. I was bearish in the long term over them. You know, that's pretty bad right there. Let me check the 30 on it. What I didn't like about Microsoft was their long term. I think it was on their daily. Was I don't know if I was bearish on it. Well, let me look. No, I wasn't bearish on it like that. This is still rising over here. It's weekly is still not done. I guess it's possible that could be a high, short-term high, but that's coming up right there. I'd be. I guess you can be bearish maybe on Microsoft right now, but it's not. I don't know if I would. I'd be if you didn't catch the first short on Microsoft, I would wait for it to revert and then maybe take a short if you're still bearish. Stay off Twitter. Well, you can get that news from Twitter, but I would be very wary of shorting Microsoft into the bell. You're probably going to get ripped to pieces and then it'll roll. Come on, dude. Fucking squeezing. You're not paying me. These fucking guys. These 451s are just like, fuck you. Like 3 green bars and not didn't even go up a penny. Not a penny. 4 cents right now. Come on. Yeah, I was looking at it on. I'm gonna tell you guys a quick secret here, okay? One time I made like 100, and I didn't keep the full 100. I made 160K, and by the time I got out of that fucking trade, right, that shit reverted. Like right after it reverted. So I want you to know something here. Like this is on the upside. So on the downside, same thing applies. I'd be very like I think it rolls again down, but I'd be like the whole move gets pushed back up and then it rolls and you're like all fucked up and none of your fucking your shorts are fucked up. You're getting a fucking call and then your fucking puts are fucking worth zero and it goes where you want it to go. Be easy on that Microsoft trade. Trading 6 cents right now. Come on, baby. Come on, give it to me. Ride it up into the bell. 7 cents right now. Got 50 contracts on SPY 451. I originally bought 7, then I bought like 2. Come on. Pay me something, dude. I gotta get paid. I'm gonna come out for the fucking day. I gotta make something. Pay me a living wage in the close. 5 cents. I gotta put. All right, I got a limit on it now. I got a limit on these fucking calls. If they go up, they're just gonna they're just gonna sell. So, come on, spoos. Whoa, hold on a second here. Give me a second. Uh-oh. I just dropped that beer. I'm stone cold sober. I just knocked this fucking bear over because I'm sitting on some calls right now on SPY. Just fucking spilled goddamn beer in my goddamn fucking brand new notebook. Hey, what am I doing? Still haven't hit. Still long. Hold on 1 second here. I gotta do some. I gotta rub my keyboard down. I just ruined my keyboard. Come on, dude. Print this shit on the bell. There's spoos into the bell. So those calls are only at 5 right now. They're at 6. Hang tighter, guys. I gotta watch this. One minute left. Oh man, shit's at 3. I had a sell order at 10 cents, but never got filled. I think I saw 9 for a brief moment. Look at that. 450.66. Fuck. I was gonna buy the 450s and I didn't want to put out, and it's now they're up to 60 cents. They were like 40 earlier. Come on, give me that one more fucking. God damn it. 1 penny gone. Fuck. Yeah, I guess they stay on until 4:15, so we'll leave them on. Okay, so this is what we got going on for you. Have a good weekend. I'll be back with you on Monday. I am feeling a lot better than I was. I was really not doing well. I was pretty scared with my health. But I will be back with you on Monday. So we'll see you Monday in the morning at 9:30. I'm feeling better. This whole week I've been feeling better, but I didn't want to come on stream this week because the last fucking week and a half has been like, I'm fine. I'm not fine. So I don't want to be here not fine for you inconsistently. So I've just been making sure that I'm okay, doing the shit that I need to do, going to the doctors, all that kind of stuff. I'm feeling great. Took the courses I'm supposed to take, and I feel 100%. Like today, I feel like 100%, like I would normally feel. Like yesterday, same thing. Like matter of fact, most of this week, been feeling really good. Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like consistently good and better. So I'll be back with you. I'm trying to watch this to see if I can get some money in this last 15 minutes if they try to squeeze it up a little bit, but I don't think they're gonna. I think they're just keeping it at the pin. So I will see you guys on Monday. Let me know if you've taken some puts or put spread into Monday. If you think that we head down, I'm not gonna take any put. I was gonna think about buying puts in the close here for next week, for Friday, or even 2 or 3 weeks out, or a put spread or something. But it's gonna stay flat right here and just wait until we open on Monday and make a decision then. Yeah, I'll be back on Black Monday. I feel I'm like 100%. Like I am fucking exactly what I'm supposed to be. Like I feel right. So I'll see you guys on Monday at 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, and I'll see you guys soon. I'm going to check in with some other people and make sure we're ready to rock for Monday. So that's all I got. That's all I got for you guys today. God damn fucking God damn it. They took my money today. Fucking motherfuckers. Not a ton of money, but oops, I shouldn't be swearing here. Give me some fucking money on 451, you fucks. All right, you guys have a good day. Hopefully I can get a squeeze up in the next 15 minutes. I'll see you guys soon. Stay safe over the weekend. Don't catch fucking COVID. If you haven't caught COVID, dude, that shit is bad as fuck. I didn't swear a lot today. I'm trying to not swear as much. All right. I'll see you guys on Monday. I want to say thank you for showing up today.